Hi, do you remember me? Welcome to the library, Flus. Hello, I feel like I haven't streamed in ages. It's been way too long. But let me first say hello, Jester. Congrats on first. Hello, Austin. Hello, Kat. Hello, Vermo. Hello, Blood. Hello, Neko. And hello, Amadis. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm alive. I expected you to have for some reason. I have expected me to have read Z English fanfics too. But I have not. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I have at some point, but I don't think I did. Not a big fanfic person. Hi, Space. Welcome. Last stream when we saw Mion taking the Sentinel to 2064. Yeah, that was insane. Guys, do you remember when we took Mion on a trip on the Sentinel? Wasn't that so peak Higurashi? But yeah, I haven't streamed since last Sunday, which is almost a week ago. I almost took an entire week off. That's kind of crazy. Are you doing better? At least I hope so. Yes, I am insanely tired, but I am doing better. Yeah, I was not doing so good. I didn't stream on Sunday, and I'm glad I didn't because boy, oh boy, did I feel horrible by the end of the day. I had to lay down, and well, I didn't sleep the whole night actually, so I didn't feel good on Monday either. Actually had to leave work early, and then I called in sick for Tuesday. So yeah, I've just been trying to recover. But yeah, I feel good now. I was in the city yesterday and we had some really good ramen, which was oh my god, what is actually called in English? Truffle? It's basically the same. Truffle ramen. You cannot imagine the explosion of flavors that I had in my mouth when I ate that ramen. It was so good. It was so good, but oh my god, was it expensive. But it was on sale because they're celebrating like their 15-year anniversary. Yeah. So it was okay. There's been so many things going on. I don't even know how to wrap it all up. So many things. I remember why I should leave the stream, namely Higurashi when they crime. I hate horrors and mentally transfer the character's pain onto myself. Well, that is absolutely okay. This is gonna be a very emotionally charged stream anyway, so feel free to 07 and have a better time. She showed up and said, "Don't you remember your last is not my mana?" That's totally what happened. I'm pretty sure Oishi is gonna show up this stream though. We haven't seen him in too long. But yeah, what else can I talk about? I played a little bit of I keep forgetting the name. What did I play?
A
I
body has been discovered.
I feel like an old person. I don't know what I played. Trails in the Sky? Yes, Trails in the Sky, first chapter. It's very fun so far. I played 4 hours and didn't make it very far into the game, but it was fun. The little that I did play, now I just have to find time to play it ever. but I did order a Steam Deck, so whenever I feel like ass or after work, because I never go on my PC after work unless I'm streaming, I can now play games on the couch. Can you believe it? Insane. Because I never use my Switch for some reason. The stream will be nice and relaxing like all of the other Higurashi streams. I wish. But yeah, for everyone that now that I read Jester's name again, since we're kind of fanning theming over, oh god, I forgot the name for the fucking Astral Shift game. Hell and something Maiden? Hell Maiden? Yeah, it's literally called Hell Maiden. Yeah! For anyone that is a big Astral Shift fan or just a fan of good games, you should check out Hell Maiden when it comes out. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be peak. The character design already looks so good. It looks so good. I can't wait. And it said 2025, so I'm like, what? This year? I'm gonna be blessed with a new Astral Shift game this year already. This is already so peak. Hope you're feeling better too. Thank you! Yes, I'm doing a lot better. I was about to pass out on the couch before I started stream, but I'm I'm here. I made it. Comfy size of life visual novels like Higurashi, my favorite. I was looking forward to this stream, but also I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Haven't played any Trails games? I highly recommend it. It's really, really fun. And they also announced a remaster for the first Trails game. So I'm playing the old version on my own, and I will be streaming the remastered version when it comes out, or remake, whatever. I don't know the difference, actually. How's Animal Crossing Island going? Oh my goodness. Well, I just before stream put down all of the housing that I was able to, so I have 6 villagers now with Pietro because I'm inviting everyone. I'm inviting literally everyone to my island because I don't care. So I have 6 people with Pietro moving in, and I built 4 other plots, which should bump me up to 10, and then I can work my way towards placing random items on the island and get KK Slider on the island. Yeah, I already plastered a bunch of stuff that I had laying around on the island, which should be good. Other than that, if you're not familiar with the concept of treasure islands, consider it people hacking the game and getting every item or any villager that you can think of. And I actually did catalog a lot of items. I'm gonna catalog every item that I can, and I'm gonna get every single recipe that I can, but I will not pick them up and get them myself. I will grind the money and all the materials myself because I am not about to sink 24 hours per day into this game to get furniture and recipes. I have already done that the first time around I played this, which is how I got 800 hours in the game in the first place, and I'm not about to do it again. So, I'm working on cataloging all of the furniture items and all of that. Yeah. So I can order it when I have money. This is why I said I have so many things to talk about. So many things. This is what happens when you cancel 2 streams. I don't know how things will go. Usually Keiichi would have died trying something like this. I mean, I expected him to go through with it, so I'm not surprised that he made it this far, but he's definitely gonna die. I don't think he's surviving this chapter. I am so sure. It's gonna be peak, I can tell. I'm surprised they made an official Twitter account for it. Me too. I don't know if they did that for the other games. Maybe they did. I'm actually not sure. I only follow the Astral Shift account, I believe. But yeah, it's gonna be so good. I was at work, hiding out in the basement, actually, for like a couple of minutes to take a breather, and then I went on Twitter and I saw it and I was like, oh my god. I freaked out. And then I went to Discord to post it immediately, and then I saw you had already posted it. I was like, oh my god, I'm so excited. And oh, I saw that way too late. Thank you for stopping by, Kat. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Itchy killed the only thing causing problems. It is now time for everyone to live happy lives. Maybe for like 5 minutes. Maybe, if we can even get that far. But yeah, there was someone burning up in the mountains, which I am 100% sure is Takano, but we'll see, we'll see. Sticking to AC New Leaf. Pretend to resurrect the online for 3DS Animal Crossing. Yeah, Animal Crossing New Leaf is great, but I never truly enjoyed the game. Not because it wasn't a good game, but because I played it when I came from the Wii version of Animal Crossing where I hacked my entire island. And well, you can imagine what I did when I got New Leaf immediately. I never played the game normally. I just went straight for the SD card into my PC and modifying my island to the max. So yeah. I love Animal Crossing New Leaf, but I just never played it properly, so I can't say that I enjoyed it to its fullest. First time they've made a separate account for their games. Yeah, oh my god. It's gonna be a big one. I feel like they went all out. I'm so excited. Like, I can't explain to you in words how I feel about Hell Maiden. It's gonna be so good. We'll get back to our normal everyday lives. Exactly! We will, absolutely. I believe in Keiichi. Maybe we won't actually die for once. You know, maybe Ryukishi will shake it up this chapter. Who knows? Do I have anything else important to talk about? I can always yap about stuff that's been going on in my life. I guess there's gonna be some slight job changes for me personally, so we'll see about the schedule in the following weeks as I get adjusted to it. Basically, too long, don't care. I know that's not the actual abbreviation, but my company has a position that they had written out for almost 2 years, and my position that I have currently is very easy to fill with someone else, and a lot of people would be applying to that position. So I offered to take the position that is a little harder to fill, and yeah, they were like, yeah, sure, you fulfill the requirements, you can do it, and well, I'll be doing different stuff now with databases and stuff like that. I have some prior experience, but not too much. I'll see how it goes. My work times will maybe change a bit. I'll still be working in IT, but we'll see. It's gonna be slightly different. Wowee! So we'll see about the schedule. I'm also trying to implement a regular sleep schedule. Can you believe it? I'm trying to work on my life. We'll see about that. We'll see. I don't know about schedule so far. I have to figure it out. So if you see me change schedule times for streams basically every single week, I apologize. I'm trying to figure it out. We'll get to a rhythm, I'm sure. TLDC, exactly. Well, being has taken a massive hit. I don't see it improving. No, don't worry. It's gonna be all good. You have to believe, have faith and such. I love databases. What kinds? I don't know too much about what this one specific coworker that works in that position that I'm gonna be helping out works with exactly. I know it's gonna be SQL databases, or what else? MariaDB? Is that the actual name for it? I'm not sure. And like lots of systems that they use in labs, because my company has lots of labs that they do research on, and they have a lot of different systems for their little machines that they use. So I'll also be helping out with managing and administrating those. But that's all I can say. That's all I can say. Hello, Kuro! Welcome! And also, hello, Yaya! Welcome, welcome! Yes, Higu peak time. It is peak time. I think I've said all of the most important stuff about me and life. Yes. Let's actually load into the game because I am trying to go to sleep early. So I'll see how long I'll stream today. We might not get to the very end of the chapter. If I read it correctly, it said something along the lines of it being 7 hours usually if it's the last chapter, which holds true. We've had one chapter that was like almost 2 full streams, which is almost like 8 hours. So we'll see if we can finish this presumably last chapter. Okay. Oh my god, this is ugh. Okay, let me rethink in my mind what happened aside from us killing Teppei. We killed Teppei. Then a lot of stuff kind of went semi-wrong. But we got everything working, had to get a different shovel, went back, buried the body, forgot one shovel in the forest, which we still have to get, got into an almost car accident because Keiichi was absolutely sleep deprived as hell. And then the person in the car that almost caused the incident, or yeah, was Takano, who drove us home, who also seemed to have killed someone. Not just someone, but what's his name? I keep forgetting. A camera guy. I don't know what it is with this character, but I keep forgetting his name every single time that I want to talk about him. Friendship is magic? Probably. Probably. If we just believe hard enough, magic stuff will happen and, you know, everyone will be very happy about it and very, woo-woo friendship? Yes, Tomitake. Jiro Tomitake. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Freelance cameraman from Tokyo. You've seen him. Yes, that's the guy. Yes, he died from scratching out his own throat again. And we know it was Takano because, well, we had a whole weird interaction with her telling us as Keiichi that she never met us this night and that we never saw her. And she also had his bicycle in her car. And yeah, then we also found out there's a burning body and an oil barrel up in the mountains, which can only be Takano, which would be confusing, but maybe this time it's someone else? We'll see. Let me take a sip. About Keiichi kept going home and Takano told him to keep quiet. He did get it. He was so dense. That was the densest Keiichi moment ever. Like, how do you not get that? How do you not get we never saw each other tonight? How do you not get that? It's okay, it's okay. He killed someone, okay? He's allowed to be dense for one singular night. Okay, let's get into it. So we actually have some music because it's dead silent. At first I thought it was a dream. I was staring at this strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. But that was all. I didn't go after it, nor did I ridicule it. The fact was that the boring view was the ceiling of my own room, but I didn't realize that for a fairly long time. Why is everything black and white? Yes, I thought I had been dreaming, but I had actually been staring at the ceiling the whole time. Do we not go to sleep? I mean, understandable, but wasn't he like dead tired? Lethargy induced by the voices of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw forth the energy to sit up. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot. So hot I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats, and it felt gross. Okay, so he did sleep, which is good. Unable to endure it any longer, I tossed in my futon, and finally, blood started coursing through my brain. I lazily recalled the long day I had yesterday. Oh yeah, we committed murder? I hope you had a good sleep, Keiichi. The reality, as I lay here listening to the voices of the cicadas, and yesterday, so different from it. In order to kill Satoko's uncle, I had rehearsed, formulated a plan, and dug a hole. It was very hot, and I was tired, wasn't I? And when evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out. I like that he's giving us a recap now. Thank you. And then I awaited him and swooped down. I couldn't remember anymore what sort of emotions I'd let control my body. In any case, it didn't go smoothly. But I did it. It was very hard to dig the hole for the body. That feel of the rain pelting down on me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, and the sprays of blood. The sensation of floundering in a swamp. When I met Takano-san on the way home, that wasn't good, no matter how I interpreted it. I still wonder how his parents reacted to him coming home and like, what time was it? Possibly like 3 a.m.? Very Higurashi thing to give a recap of the last chapter. I mean, especially considering this was supposed to be the impactful last question arc. It makes sense to give a small little recap on something like Keiichi murdering someone. But yeah, it is indeed very Higurashi. It was the most misfortunate and uncalculated thing that had happened that night. Everything would have been perfect if only I hadn't encountered her. I mean, would I call it perfect? He ran away into the woods, almost out onto the street. We had to chase him all the way through the forest. We had to dig another hole because he got way too far away from the other hole, which, by the way, that hole, I didn't even consider it. That is probably still open, isn't it? There's a big ass hole, human sized hole, in the middle of the forest with a shovel nearby. Perfect. Everything would have been perfect if only I hadn't encountered her. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand through the downpour, utterly soaked. There was no way someone could surmise I was a murderer burying a body just from that information. Now that I was thinking calmly, napping under the morning sun, that's what I thought. Still, the more I think about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Takano-san, she knew that I'd killed someone, buried them, and that I'd been on my way home, exhausted. Takano-san wouldn't gain anything from selling me out to the police, but that didn't mean I could feel at ease.
殺しとくんだった。
Does he still not realize that she also killed someone? It doesn't sound like he realizes it. You also know that she killed someone. Knowing Keiichi, he probably has no clue. I should have killed her. I had crossed such a bridge to get my tranquil life back, and I'd finally achieved it as a result. But now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I'd have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. Murder Club, yeah! Welcome to the meeting! Hello, Kay! Are we doing good? I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. The fact that I couldn't make the snap judgment I needed to, I regretted it more and more as time went on. You didn't have a choice, Keiichi Maebara. You didn't have any choice at the time. You were tired. You were a mess. Even if you had made the decision, you might not have even been able to kill her. Yeah, he would have probably just passed out. And that too. She might have just beaten you instead. In that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. No matter how sharp Takano-san's intuition was, she had no proof. Her suspecting me didn't amount to evidence by itself. I mean, she knew where you came from, so she could always bust you.
理屈じゃ分かってるさ。
Logically, I know that.
でも、だからって何の心配もないってわけじゃないだろう。
But that doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about, does it? He's gonna calm down when he hears in the news that they found her body up in the mountains. Oh, never mind. I thought this was a different version of the song. I think it's the same one, though. Just worry about it when the time comes. Now isn't the time to be worrying. It's the time to be smiling, right? You accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? Then you should be happy at this new morning. If remembering the past is too hard for you, then just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. You said so yourself. You'd bury it all like it never happened. Well, your wish came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. So be happy, Keiichi Maebara.
わーい。
Yay! Yay! Oh yeah, also we had that tip where Oishi and a bunch of other officers got the call that there is a body burning up in the mountains. And before that, Oishi was actually wondering where Teppei was because he had expected him to be home since they were monitoring him. So I don't think Oshi's not gonna investigate him missing, you know? Thank you for the alert, Vermo. I hope you enjoy it. I stuck up my hands lazily. It felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. That sigh got my lungs moving. It felt like I hadn't been breathing until just now. It wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice that could be thrown already had been, and the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost with those numbers, then I just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chests of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowed over my sweating body. Okay. Nothing before yesterday happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. I'd forget it all. Yesterday was all a dream. Oh, it's gonna come crashing down on us. What time was it? About midday? Getting myself up and going to school this late seemed kind of absurd. The fact that they are monitoring him means 100%. They 100% know what's going on with the abuse, yet they don't act. Yes, 100%. They must be hearing him scream, even if the doors and windows are closed, which probably they aren't. I'm pretty sure that they are airing out regularly, so the windows are most likely open. People can hear him screaming, can probably hear Satoko screaming and shit, so they know. They know, which is also why they will know if he's suddenly missing, since he was a person of interest. But I needed to go. I felt like going to school would be the first step into my peaceful new life. I didn't care how late it was, I would go. I go to school right now and get back to the life I had retaken as soon as I could. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the futon, bounced onto my knees, and leaped upright.
10.0
Nice, stuck the landing. I stuck out my chest with pride at my gymnast-like pose, then took a deep breath of fresh air. I can just imagine him standing super proudly in his room, trying to pretend like nothing ever happened, but it's gonna come crashing down as soon as we see Mion, because she's gonna ask questions. Hello, Pika, welcome in! Let me give you a shout out. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the hydrate and thank you for the stretch. I was shrimping. I need to sit down in a different way because I'm no shrimp. Just woke up. Good morning. Hope you had a good sleep. Hope you're well rested, or rested enough to tackle the day anyway. The brisk morning air had gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to by my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You need to tell me when you won't be home for dinner. Things like that. My parents would not be this cool. They would never have gone to bed without me getting home. My parents would stay up as long as I was out of the house, which usually wasn't for very long, unless they knew I wasn't coming back home. Also, hello, River! Welcome in! How are you? Hope you're doing good. I don't think I can give you a shout out yet. Maybe? No? Thinking about what the other command is to properly shout you out. Or like, semi-shout you out. There you go. I'm in a different city, in a different state. Going to a con. Yes, I saw on your Twitter handle, I think. Hope you enjoy. Hope you have fun. Hope you take lots of pictures. You know, you can always share them if you want to. I would love to see it. This would not fly with my parents as well. Yeah, my parents would have freaked out if I did this. They would have called the police. My mother especially was someone who would always worry about me whenever I went to a friend's place. Even if they knew where I was, they would always worry. So I would have been dead. I would have gotten home and they would have beat me. No, not that bad. I have a snack. Enjoy your snack. The fires, on the other hand, not so well. Yeah, I heard. It is very, very crazy what's going on right now. I hope everything settles down quickly. It's very difficult for you guys over there right now. I hope everything turns out okay-ish and that everyone will be okay. But considering the importance of what I accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like the sort of thing that would happen in such a peaceful life. I listened with an irresponsible smile and stepped out into the sun high overhead. It was around the time lunch break would be ending. Everyone would probably be worrying about me. I didn't go to the festival, and now I wasn't at school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it, since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one, from Satoko today. Yes, the small piece of news that her uncle hadn't come home last night. I don't think Miona's gonna be too happy about that, knowing that he is responsible for the killing of Teppei. So hello, Rising, and welcome! Satoko would probably live her days in nervous tension for a while, thinking he might still come home. But eventually, those days would end. And finally, Satoko too would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then Rika-chan would quietly invite her. Higurashi needs to write a Higurashi spin-off about Keiichi's parents, a visual novel where you're a married couple listening to your crazy feral child, listening to your absolutely crazy child yap about the strangest things, coming home at wild times. But isn't Rikushi actually working on a new game? I think I posted it a while ago. With a character that kinda looks like Keiichi. Let me see if I can find it very fast. Oh no, it's a manga series. Not a game. Let me link it here for anyone who is interested. Wonder how Sadako's doing, because this is really extreme. I don't think she's going to take it well. Probably not. It's not going to end well. He thinks that he did a good thing, which arguably, you know, it's okay. It's one of the two choices that he had. You know, do nothing and see her suffer, and hopefully it will resolve itself in a couple of years, or do this and hope for the best. But yeah. I don't know. I think he did a good thing. I really hope it ends well, but probably not. We'll see, we'll see. She would say, "You can live with me again," and everything would be back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Sadako would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines. The canines? The little tooth? And fool everyone with those traps she was so proud of. I'd probably be her first target out of everyone, but I wouldn't be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. Satoko, she'd gradually grow back into that meddlesome personality of hers. I mean, my lack of useful life skills was already completely exposed. I wondered if I'd ever be a match for Satoko. But that would be such a pleasant thing to see too. And with such warm, fuzzy predictions, I didn't feel bad for going to school so late. In fact, I wanted to run there now to get there as soon as I could. Instead, I decided to savor the peacefulness of just going to school like normal without running. The world I had obtained for myself that gave me joy just by walking like this. Thinking about it, we didn't go to school, I don't think, with Mion or Rena this chapter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we did that a single time this chapter, which is a first. I think we went home with them, but we never went to school with them. Yes, the world beginning on this very day was something I had won. Without that monumental feat yesterday, I would have never been able to come to school so cheerfully today. The school gate came into sight. Why didn't his parents wake him up? I just noticed, yeah, he's late. Why didn't his parents wake him up? They just let him sleep until lunch? That's kind of crazy. Rika's also more absent in this chapter than in the other ones, right? Yeah, now that you mention it, she is. I feel like all of the characters are very on the sidelines at the moment. This chapter focused heavily on Keiichi, surprisingly. Of course, Satoko was also like a focus point, but I feel like this chapter mainly revolved all around Keiichi. Rika definitely has very little screen time this chapter, but so does Shion. She only appeared once and we haven't seen her since. Mion only got like a few moments. Rena only got like a couple. Not many more than Rika did. So yeah, not many. Oishi also only appeared once. If only I get to sleep till lunch like that too. I miss my vacation days already. It's been only 1 week of work, out of which I was at home 1 whole day sick, and I've had enough. I want to go back to sleeping until 1 p.m. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped despite myself and let myself take it in. Tap. I had stopped suddenly, so there was an extra footstep. Right, I forgot about that. Cool, thanks for bringing it back. Thanks for bringing it back, Nukishi. Oh, I forgot. Yes, we also have one more footstep following us. Yes. That was poorly worded. We hear extra footsteps that we aren't taking ourselves. Now that I think about it, a more prevalent character in this arc was Iria, for sure. He had a lot of screen time compared to a lot of the other characters, but that makes sense. This is also the first time he appears in this chapter. It would make sense for him to have a more prevalent role if he was gonna be important to the characters in this chapter, which he was. With a noise, the blessedness, that's a weird word, I was feeling throughout my whole body withdrew into any pore it could find. And as if to replace it, I felt like hundreds of hairy caterpillars were climbing up my feet. I turned back, but of course, nobody was there. A single footstep could have easily been my imagination, but the footstep felt so ominous. That extra footstep I had heard after seeing Takano-san off last night. Oh, that is so creepy! I'm really wondering what's up with this and if this will get cleared up, because some of the demon-related mysteries in the singular chapters or episodes or arcs, whatever you want to call them, never get cleared up. Or not like 100% cleared up, so I'm wondering if they will give us more information on this, or if it will be kind of ominous and mysterious. Yes, spooky. With everything that happened on that insane night, I didn't mind something like that happening once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, having just one hallucination was pretty fortunate. But those footsteps should have ended with yesterday, so if I heard them again today, there was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. No! No, it's okay, we gotta stay calm! So on the questions arc, I wonder how the answer arcs are gonna be built. How they're gonna be different from the from the question arcs. But yeah, technically we hopefully get some stuff cleared up in the answer arcs. Game is spooky. I'm scared. It's okay. Hide under the covers. Night looks over to me. Yeah, duh. Don't you see the sun and everything, KG? Man, this dude. It was still going. Still, that insane night. Forever. The step I heard, just that one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion that the world starting today was completely different from the one that ended yesterday. My classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished like the tide going out. When I approached the school, it felt like that warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and it didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look in everyone's shoe boxes. Satoko Hojo, she was here. Oh my god, thank god she's alive. Imagine if she was dead. What if it wasn't Takano up in the mountains? What if it was Satoko? But that fear is gone now. She's here. She's here. Mion was here too. And Rena, of course. Even Rika-chan was here. Tomita Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were here. In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. Thank you for being here, Kuro. Have a good night. If there were shoes missing, they would have to be my own. Oh my god. I thought he was gonna say that his shoes were already in there. We're dead. We're actually dead. Can I answer your question? If memory serves me right, some of the part were like lies to sort of trick you. Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. As we get closer to the answer arcs. That's interesting. I took my shoes off and stuck them in, then took out some slippers. There wasn't a single pair left in the shoe boxes anymore. With that, they returned to their rightful state. But as I stepped up onto the wooden floor, I noticed there was just one pair of slippers left? Huh? Who's...
Hojo Satoshi.
Excuse me? What? Whoa. We took the last pair of slippers, and there's Satoshi's? What is happening? Are we hearing Satoshi's footsteps? Hold on. What does that mean? I'm scared. I wonder if the news breaks of the cameraman's body being found, if she's gonna fake being sad about it. You mean Takano? Or who do you mean? Satoshi, who had never been to school since disappearing last year, until now we had committed the exact same act of violence, but I guess in the very end it went differently. You couldn't make it to school, but here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. I wasn't about to let myself feel superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. A misfortunate bond with someone I'd never met due to following the same fate. Takano, yeah? I'm still convinced that it is Takano up in the mountains being burned to death. Or just being burned in general, so I wonder if we'll ever see her reaction? We'll see. Maybe it is someone completely different. But since she burned last chapter as well, I felt like it just makes sense to have her burn this time as well, since Tomitaka at least seems to always die the same way. She hasn't died the same way every arc, but That would be twice in a row at least. I headed down the hallway towards the usual classroom. It felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, did you forget Keiichi Maebara? Satoshi Hojo didn't really disappear on the night of Watanagashi, did he? Okay. Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days later. Oh. Oh. Wait, he did? He did? I forgot about that. If they told us about this, I completely forgot about it. Oh, okay, so there's still potential for us to go absolutely poof. Okay, I see. Thanks for reminding me, game. Oh, yeah. On the day of her birthday. I don't know when her birthday is, though. They never celebrated it in any of the other chapters. On Sadako's birthday, if I was right. I didn't know what day it was, but I couldn't say for sure I'd avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day. I was still living in that night of insanity. The teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The other door clattered open, but the one the teacher wouldn't use, so everyone turned at once to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them.
Ohayo, Shokun.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
出迎えご苦労であるぞよ。
I do thank you for coming all the way out here today. I like that we just forgot about the fact that we are wearing his shoes. Are we? I'm confused. Let me read that again. Not a single pair of shoe boxes. Not a single pair left in the shoe boxes? There's just one pair of slippers left. What does that mean? Are we not wearing his shoes? I thought we were wearing his shoes. And slippers different than shoes? I thought that the single pair that he means here is the slippers because, yeah, he takes out the slippers and there wasn't a single pair left in the shoe boxes anymore where the slippers are, right? Because in Japan, you have these like boxes where you have slippers inside and you take the slippers out and you put your actual shoes in, right? That's how it works. So I'm confused when he says there isn't a single pair left. But then he says there's just one pair of slippers left, which would be Satoshi's. So he is wearing Satoshi's slippers? Are we okay with that? Why do we not have our own pair of slippers? Think we're not Keiichi anymore? Oh. Good question. I'm not sure. I mean, it confuses me because there should be none left with ours not having the name Satoshi on them because we should be wearing our own slippers. And if there are no shoes left, with the step that we keep hearing following us, does that mean that someone, presumably Satoshi in form of a ghost, I don't know, following us around is wearing our slippers? What does this mean? Okay, guessing won't help me, but it's just a little confusing. He laughed like a maniac. Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me. Okay, they wouldn't react like this if I was Satoshi, right? He just got to school after getting scolded by his parents. This doesn't make sense. Yeah. I'm confused. What about the slippers? Explain! Okay, I'm not Satoshi. But things are still weird with the slippers. Good morning, Kei-chan. You're pretty energetic today. Yeah, energetic.
ケイチ君まだお祭り気分が抜けてないのかもしれない。はう
Maybe you haven't gotten out of the festive mood yet. How? Hearing Mion and Rena's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I've been having at the entrance really were. Were they? It is kind of weird. Beloved Minion? Minion? Sonozaki? Mignon! Just you wait until Mion and Rena see Satoshi's shoes. They're gonna get so angry. That's what I also thought. Are we really just gonna wear Satoshi's shoes after this whole debacle? That would be weird. I'm still confused as to why we are not wearing our own slippers. I suppose we'll find out in the answer arcs if we don't find out this chapter.
おいおい、お祭り気分って。そ
I
もそも
should
俺
keep track of things I'm still confused about. Hey now, festive mood? I wasn't... Oh, hello! Hello, Gray! Hello, Raiders! Welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid! Hope you had a good stream! Toilet fish flash! Oh yeah! Oh my god, I love that emote in the toilet. That is so cute. Oh my god, it was also made by Yes! Welcome! What were you guys playing? Freedom Wars? I'm sorry, I've never heard of Freedom Wars before. Feel free to tell me what it's about. I have no idea. Stream was great. How's Higurashi so far? It's been good. We were yapping quite a lot in the beginning of the stream, so we haven't gotten super far into the game yet. I think we're on the last chapter of this arc. Also, thank you, Dome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, we're on the last chapter of this arc, I think. So, it's going pretty good. It's getting confusing and dark and scary. So yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. No one did. It's a PS Vita game that just got a remaster. Oh my goodness. PS Vita. Now that you mention it, I really should charge my PS Vita and finally play all of my dusty visual novels that I have on there. Was it good? Was it good? Also, hello, Chaotic! Welcome! Basically, anime Monster Hunter where you have 1 million years of prison time and you kill monsters to work your prison time off? That sounds so wild. I don't even know what to say of it. Now I have to look it up. Now you've piqued my interest. Give me 1 sec. Now I need to know. I need to have visuals for this. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I can see what you mean. That kind of looks like a mech? Is it kind of like... Are the monsters like mechs? Okay, I can see the prison theme. It kind of has, for some reason, it has kind of 13 Sentinels vibes to it. I can't really explain why. It's just maybe the sci-fi futuristic setting? That's good, but damn, is the PC port awful? I can't start the game unless I put my PC onto the German keyboard layout. Wait, why? Because of the different key layouts? Yeah, that sucks. Do they have it ported to a different console, maybe? Probably PlayStation if it was originally released on PS Vita. Maybe I should check it out. If I want to dust off my PS Vita and give it a try, I just need to find the super broken ass charging cable that I have for the Vita. I bought my Vita secondhand, so the cable was already pretty fucked up when I got it. And it hasn't been better after I just threw it into a box and then left it there. I had that with most Bandai Namco games. If I'm not on a German layout setting, it just crashes. What? That is crazy. Okay, yeah, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I have on my PC. I also have the German keyboard layout and then the English one. And with certain games, it'll switch back and forth, which will just confuse me because then I can't use all of my keyboard shortcuts anymore. So it is a bit finicky to have multiple languages on one PC. I try to avoid it, but for some games, I like to play a lot of RPG Maker games, and Z is pretty far away from X, and I do not play games like that. I do not want to move my finger all the way just to progress through dialogue. I had that with Digimon Cyber Sleuth. I don't know how to say that. I actually don't know that specific Digimon game. I'm a fake fan. I'm sorry. My god, that looks so modern. I just know the very old ones. That looks so modern. Holy shit. Is it really Digimon if it doesn't look super insanely old? The German keyboard layout is cursed. Sometimes I can't type on a German layout at all. I can type on it okay, but like especially on things like mobile, it's insane how difficult it is to not fat finger all of the buttons. But on a regular like keyboard on PC, it's actually okay, but yeah. German keyboard layout is not very fun. I wish we would just use one universally. That would be great. There's another one on the Vita. Oh my god. Do I have a reason to finally get my Vita out? So I don't have to play games on my PC. Digimon is allowed to look modern too. Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm just not used to it. It's so surreal to me, but yeah. It looks beautiful though. It's just weird seeing all the Digimon in HD. It's like, wow, you're not a bunch of pixels. That looks so cool. Shout out to Digimon Adventure. Oh my god, Digimon Adventure is peak, okay? If you've never played a Digimon Adventure game, you should. You should. You should also watch the Digimon movies because they're peak. Especially the first one, peak. Missed 2 games, but they later made it available as one collection for Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Oh, I really hope I'm pronouncing it right. That's pretty cool. Maybe I should check it out. Yeah, I still have a bunch of visual novels on my Vita. I think Steins Gate. What else did I buy? Oh, I had like a couple more. I can't remember right now. It might actually be Higurashi. Did that have a PS Vita? Maybe I'm... Oh, I think they did. So maybe it was that one. I'm not sure. I should boot it up again. Love Digimon Rumble Arena. Is that the one that I think of? Oh my god, yes. Yes! I played so much of Digimon Rumble Arena 2 on the PlayStation 2. It was insane. It was one of my favorite games when I was younger. Who cares about Smash Bros? No offense to anyone who loves it, but Digimon Rumble Arena 2? That was so good. Wait for cheap Steam sale and play it on the Steam Deck? True. Now that I bought the Steam Deck, I guess my Vita is gonna continue collecting dust. I should sell it to someone who will actually use it. Yeah, it's so good. It was so fun. Rumble Arena 2 made me love Makna. Oh, I never know how to pronounce the names. Makna Draymond? And I wanted to see it in the series so bad. I need to look him up. Give me a check. Or it? Do Digimon have genders? I'm not sure. I think... Oh, I'm so bad with the names. I had one favorite Digimon. What was it called? Let me see if I can find out. I'm very basic when it comes to my favorite Pokemon and Digimon, so don't worry. It's gonna be a very basic one. Oh, my phone is dying. I should plug it in. I think it was... Oh, yeah. I only know the German pronunciation. Koromon. Koromon. One of my favorites. Adorable. I am simple. It's a little blob that is absolutely adorable. Like quite a bit of Digimon World series on PS1 and DS. Oh man. I really want to play some Digimon games. Yes has also been playing Digimon on stream. Which it just brings back so many memories. It's crazy. I really miss it. Vmon and Gilmon. I have to see what they look like because oh yeah, Vmon is adorable. They're really also one of my favorites. I'm really bad with the names. Gilmon, I hope that's the way that you say it in English. Cute. I explained to my mom once that I couldn't have dinner with everyone because a new episode of Digimon was on. I am busy. I am busy watching Digimon. How dare you disturb me? I used to do that with Detective Conan. God, I was so into it as a kid. I would get all of the manga from my local library and I would sink into the stories as a kid. But I don't think Digimon was on German TV when I was growing up a whole lot. I saw way more Pokemon than I ever saw Digimon. Mostly limited to 3 original adventure anime, though I do own Cyber Sleuth on Switch. I should probably beat them sometime. Well, you should. Don't be like me. Don't buy games and never play them. Don't be like me. You should. It was on TV when I grew up. I'm jealous. But I also didn't have all of the channels, so it might just be me. The only things that I saw on TV were Naruto, Detective Conan, Dragon Ball for a while, but not all the time. What else? Oh, of course, One Piece. A bunch of Ghibli movies. I think that's it, pretty much. That was the stuff that I saw, and then, yeah, a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, we didn't have all of the channels. Might have been on one that I didn't have, or I just never watched TV during that time. Really couldn't understand why she didn't take it seriously, right? They have their shows that they don't want to miss, so she'll let us have ours. Finding a Digi egg on the internet? Wait, that was a thing? Oh, or do you mean like from the movies and stuff? I wonder if they ever had like an actual event during the time where the internet was blowing up. If they ever tried to make like a Digi egg hunt event, that would have been nice. That would have been really cool. But yeah, there's gonna be an ad break in like a minute. So if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink or get a snack, feel free to do that. And thank you again for the raid. Hope you can rest up well after your stream. Like they did from the movies. Gotcha. It's been a while since I saw the first movie, which is my absolute favorite one. I've seen it like countless times. I don't think I've seen every movie. I've seen a couple of them, but the first one is the one that I mostly remember because I saw it so many times because we had it on DVD and I would just constantly rewatch it. There's also a couple of Pokemon movies that I kept rewatching, one of the early ones. It was directed by Mamoru Hosoda. What else did Mamoru Hosoda? Oh my god. Also Wolf Children, Girl Who Led Through Time. Okay, I can see why it was so great then. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's right here, Digimon Adventure. Damn. He worked on a lot of really popular movies. The one that's split into 3 parts. My god, I think it was 3 parts. It starts off with 2 kids discovering Digimon in their home. One of the Digimon escapes out and they have to catch it. Oh, which one was it? Oh, I don't remember. And then it ends... It's a little fuzzy in my memory. With them going on a... With different kids? Oh my god, it's been so long. I'm sorry. I'm doing a horrible job recapping the movie that I'm thinking of. My memory is super wonky. Weren't they in like some kind of internet cafe thing to track the Digimon and stuff? Angela Anaconda opening? Holy shit, it's been a while since I watched Angela Anaconda. Please don't remind me. I hated the animation style for it. I'm so sorry. Western release of the Digimon movie was the first 3 Digimon movies from Japan spliced together. Oh! Angela Anaconda is actually my favorite Digimon character. What is happening? What do you mean? I just need to confirm that Angela Anaconda is the thing that yeah, it is the thing, the stuff from my nightmares, unfortunately. Angela Anaconda is, I don't know what it was, but holy shit, it creeped me out like crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh, I get it. I get the jokes that you guys are making because okay. I see what you guys mean. Okay. I see the meme. I see it. Can I actually post it in here? If you're interested in what that is about, I didn't even know about this. It was ugly. It kind of was. I don't know what it is. The kids' faces on the animated bodies. Ugh, no. I couldn't handle it. No. That was horrible. Last month they released a new version. They recorded the original Western release and included the extended version of all 3 specials in English with much of the original cast. Oh my goodness. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me! I need to check it out then. But yeah, I've been thinking that we should or just in general watch the Digimon movie, the first one especially. Because it's just one of my favorite movies of all time. It's something that I watch when I have nothing else to watch. It's much like the Professor Layton movie, what is it, Eternal Diva? Those are 2 movies that I can watch all the time. It's creative, but yeah, stylistically it's not something that I care about at all. Yeah, it's very creative. I've never seen anything like Angela Anaconda, but damn, it is creepy and not very pretty. There's a Professor Layton movie? Yes! Oh my god, you need to watch it. It is so good. It is so good. Wait, I will link it as well now that we're in the middle of talking about it. It is so good. It is one of my favorite movies of all time. The music in it is so peak too. If you love Professor Layton, you will love this. You will adore this. Also, welcome back everyone from ad break. Hope you were able to take a quick break. It's one of the best video game adaptations I've seen. It is so good. They did such a good job with the puzzles. Yeah. Which I didn't expect. That's the version I just got that I can share for watch along. Maybe we can watch the original extended versions. Yeah, we can definitely watch both of them. Let me ask it, you Rikushi, did you know Rikushi, creator of Higurashi, is writing for a new Silent Hill game? Excuse me? Wait, what? Rikushi is writing for a Silent Hill game? Did I understand you correctly? What? Are you serious? I did not know that. What is Silent Hill F? What is that? Wait! Oh my god. Oh my god, you're right. I did not know that. Thank you very much for providing another rabbit hole I can I can go down on. Oh my goodness. I just recently played Silent Hill 2, which was the first game of the Silent Hill series that I've ever played, and I loved it. So this will be insane. And from what I've just looked up, this looks crazy. Okay. Well. Okay. I know what I'll be looking up after stream. Thank you so much. I did not know. Reinterpreting how he solves puzzles in the animation instead of it being gameplay. Yes, I think they did a super good job. I didn't think that they would, but it turned out really nicely. You were still able to kind of solve the puzzles for yourself. But they of course still solved it. You just had some time to solve it on your own if you wanted to, which was really fun to try and use your brain. I suck at Professor Layton games. I'm dumb. But it was still fun. That must be what Konami pulled together after canceling Silent Hills. Maybe. This is gonna be so good. I didn't know Ryukishi was also involved in this. I didn't even know this was a thing. Okay, I need to calm my excitement down. I tend to get very excited over things like that, so I'm gonna stay calm. I'm gonna carefully look it up after stream. They're in a weird spot regarding their reputation. I can't say much to that. I'm not very well versed in companies' reputation, but if you say so. Okay, but let me just drink some water and let's get back into Higurashi. I had a little yapping fit. I think they're still doing pretty good though, at least I think, but yeah, I don't know, I'm not very well versed in that. Okay. Let's get back into the mystery of Satoshi's slippers or something like that. Hey now, festive mood? I wasn't at the festival at all, remember? Before I could say that, Rika-chan smiled at me.
ケイイチはちゃんと僕の演舞見ててくれましたですか?
Hell no, not with the bells. Why? Why do we have the bells chiming in, quite literally, when she speaks to us? Talking about the dance. The ritual dance? You know the one? Good yap session? Yeah, good. How long did we yap for? Long. Was good. Very happy because I learned of Silent Hill F. Okay, I'm 100% sure that the bells were intentional now. It wasn't a coincidence that they kept appearing throughout this chapter. Yep.
ちゃんと見てたよ。
He saw it just fine.
あんなにいっぱい拍手してくれてたのに、リカちゃん気づかなかったのかな?
Wait. What? Excuse me? You saw it just fine. Did you see how big an applause he gave you?
ケイちゃんにシオンのやつがちょっかい出してきたのを無視してね。
And he ignored it when that troublemaker Shion came up and made a pass at him.
はははは。シオン、ざまあなかった。
Haha, take that, Shion. Did he kill the uncle? I don't know. The first thing that came into my mind was, maybe... That doesn't make sense. You know how last arc we had, like, a demon possession thing? Where Takano was dead the day we went to the ritual storehouse with her. So the Takano that was in there with us was a demon possessing her body. Right? So that was the first thing that I thought of when I read this just now, but that doesn't make sense because we only have one body. So what is going on? What is going on? He can't be in two places at once? No, he can't. He only has one body. It can't be a possession thing because he was killing the uncle. Haven't gotten a clear hint of when Keiichi could have died. I mean, he's still alive, right? I'm so confused. Okay, let's just keep going.
いい気分。
Wow, that felt good. Mion starts laughing at the memory as she slaps me a few times on the back.
それで、あの射的屋の対決って結局どうなったんですか？
Oh my god, everyone saw us. Even the kids outside of our friend group, technically. So, how did that target practice contest turn out in the end? Tomita-kun was facing me and talking. There was nobody behind me. That meant he was talking to me?
あれは結局富田家がビリだったのですよ。
Don't word it like that. He's actually dead. Tomitake turned up dead last. This is just missing the last night. That would be accurate. Possibly it was when he had those eyes in the classroom after Satoko's freakout? Maybe. But then what about that whole killing the uncle thing? If we were possessed and actually did go to the festival, why the whole killing Teppei? Or is this Tomita kid just a kid in the class that appears every now and then making deranged dialogues happen between him and Keiichi? Don't worry about it. He's not important.
みんなで楽しく罰ゲームをしましたです。
Everyone had a good time with his punishment game. Okay, that makes it sound even more ominous.
リカちゃんも実質ビリみたいなもんだったじゃない。
Weren't you supposed to be the one in last place, Rika-chan?
あそこで起死回生の大技でガムをゲットとはさすがは我が部の部員。
It was such a turnaround when you pulled off getting that chewing gum. I should have expected that from a member of my club.
見事だったよ。
It was fantastic. What is up with this guy? Why does he look like this? Crying at a time like that is a feat only Furude would be allowed to do, said Okamura-kun, breathing heavily from his nose. Oh, of course. Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. The deranged dialogue that happens between them, even if it's only implied. That guy's like the big bad or whatever. Exactly. He's the big bad. He's the cause of everything. So is this guy. The two kids. I'm questioning is why isn't he retorting right now? He's probably in shock. This is creeping him out to the max. I mean, if someone told you that not just someone, but a whole group of people is telling you that they saw you at a festival last night when you were out there killing someone's uncle, I don't know. That's pretty crazy. Do you remember you did stream Third and Sentinels yesterday? No! Don't do this to me, Amanis! I get scared super easily. You can tell this to me and I'll have nightmares! I'll have actual nightmares about that! No! Stop! My direction. Everyone laughed. If anyone but Rika-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Rika-chan gave one of her Nippa smiles as she listened to it. In my direction. Why is he emphasizing the in my direction thing? Am I going crazy? Is he going crazy? Are we all going crazy? I was there for that one. Everyone went to hang out at that one guy's house. Judo's house. You know the one. No, that did not happen. No, I refuse. That didn't happen. You can't gaslight me into having nightmares. Maybe this is a dream? I unfortunately don't think so. I don't think this is a dream. This is Higurashi. Rena too turned to me. No, turned towards me. And then, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered to me so only I could hear.
でも本当にありがとね
But really,
ケイ
thanks.
チくん
Keiichi-kun.
もう何がだよ。
Why isn't he saying anything? He's not in shock. He can clearly reply. For what?
あのでっかいぬいぐるみ
A giant stuffed animal.
すっごく嬉しかった
I was really happy. Didn't Satoshi want to buy a giant stuffed animal for Satoko on her birthday? Okay.
大事に枕元に置いてるんだよ
It's nice and safe right at my bedside.
ちゃんと寝る前にお休みのキスしちゃった
And I made sure to give it a good night kiss before bed, too.
Ow!
The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little off. I wasn't quite getting it.
ぬいぐるみがどうしたって？
What's this about a stuffed animal?
どうしたってほら
What's this?
昨日のお祭りでみんなで頑張って落としたよ
Come on, we all worked really hard at the festival yesterday to get it down, remember?
でっかいぬいぐる
The gigantic stuffed animal?
みでっかいぬいぐるみ
The gigantic stuffed animal? And I seemed taken aback, but when she answered, she did it with a smile.
なかなか倒せないから額を狙ったり素早く何発も撃ったりしていろいろと試したんだよね
I feel like Hirokishi has gotten better at just doing a complete 180 on the reader. Because I feel like the first chapter was pretty tame. He didn't do like a complete 180 on you. But last arc, oh boy, the whole thing with the demon possession thing, that was a complete 180. And the Mion appearing from under the hospital bed. And now this? We were having a hard time knocking it over, so we tried aiming at the forehead and rapid fire shooting and stuff.
それでケイチくん鉄砲を何丁もあらかじめ用意して素早く撃ってみせてくれたんだよね
And then, Keiichi-kun, you got a whole bunch of guns ready beforehand and shot them all.
かっこよかったは
It was so cool. How? Wait, who was this?
あの後の飲み会でさ、町内会の会長連中にもケイちゃんの評判すごく良かったんだよ。
All the people in the neighborhood association, including the chairman, were praising you so much at the party afterwards. There was a party?
ケイちゃんの売り工場に惚れたって騒いでたのは子供会の君吉徳蔵会長だったかな。
One of them said he'd fallen in love with your way with words. Tokuzo Kimiyoshi, the chairman of the children's committee, I think? That is not the mayor, right? He had a different first name? But it's the same family.
次の祭りではぜひケイちゃんに何店舗か任せたいって言ってた。
He said he wanted you to entrust... sorry. He said he wanted you... No, I did read that correctly. That he wanted you to entrust you... Okay, I think that's wrong translation. He said he wanted to entrust you with a few stalls at the next festival.
徳蔵はお祭りの実行委員会の模擬店部長さんなのです
Tokuzo is the chair of the refreshment booths. He's on the festival executive committee. Maibara-san is great at making things sound good, isn't he? Yep, whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. We did learn about that from the curry event that we had. Satoko's brother, in a way, went in Keiichi's place at the festival. This is really weird. It is. But like, how would he do that? Ha ha ha, you can't say that. Ha ha ha.
ケイチくんって売り子さんの才能があるんだね
Keiichi-kun, you'd make a great
きっと
salesman.
バナナの叩き売りとかやったら上手だと思うよ。
I bet you do great auctioning off overripe bananas or something. That is oddly specific.
さっきから何の話だよ。
What have you been talking about?
だいたい俺
I mean, I didn't go to the festival in the first place. He's also not saying this out loud. I swallowed those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamizawa, this is what had happened. Is this just what happens when you... when you get inflicted with the curse in a way? You know what I mean? When you're the one carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse, do you just end up killing someone, but also at the same time you end up living a normal life as if you never did that thing in the first place? I am confused. That is my assumption from what we're reading right now. How are they not questioning Keiichi's reaction to all of this? I mean, you know, he could just be confused, as he usually is. You're going to murder someone, a demon sort of fills in your place temporarily? Kind of? Crime becomes impossible to solve properly. Yes. Because you have an alibi. Because you were there and a lot of people saw you. So technically... But then... It is heavily implied that Keiichi is gonna disappear like Satoshi did, right? Why make him disappear then? Why go through all of this if you're just gonna make him disappear? Oh, the creepy images of real people. Yesterday, during the Watanagashi festival, Keiichi Maebara had appeared, and he had roamed about with all the usual members of his club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomiyaki, and in his glee, rating each of them as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited, which is just what we did last time too. And they'd seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game, and everyone went after it. All right, I remember this too. This also happened last time. And then I got a whole bunch of quirk guns, firing them in rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it. And admirably, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. And then I gave the stuffed animal the proof of my victory to Rena as a gift. Then our fun came to a close as we had to go see Rika-chan's offertory dance. It makes it sound like it wasn't fun to watch her give her best. Saw these things happen before in previous chapters? The stuff that we did at the festival? Yes. I think the actual things that we do here just repeats itself. Like, we had the curry tournament. We had that in every single chapter. Canonically. We just know different things. It's like the timeline kind of shifts a bit and stuff happens at an earlier date and things just kind of go differently each time a little bit. It's difficult to explain, but yes, we had those same kind of mini games last time where we were basically either really praising someone's food or talking it down and then praising it to kind of, you know, not make the shop owner feel bad. I think it was takoyaki. Timelines spill into each other. It's like he's been filled in for when he was away specifically to murder someone. That's interesting. Maybe they do spill into each other, especially since Keiichi also had like a really bad feeling about Oishi this time around, which either has nothing to do at all with the timelines and his feelings towards Oishi, or it does. I don't know. Everything is very convoluted right now. There was a ton of people squeezed in there and we all got separated, but we each managed to get into good positions to cheer Rika-chan on from. Then, in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her instead of watching the dedication dance, I refused and stayed put watching the dance until the very end. Yeah. Okay, see, this is also what happened last time, except last time he didn't refuse. He actually did end up going with Shion, which is the time where they broke into the ritual storehouse. But this time around, he didn't go with her and didn't break into the ritual storehouse. Instead, stayed. Well, not him, but this specific Keiichi. Something to do with it? Maybe, we'll see. I'm too confused right now to be able to make good assumptions on what is going on. But yeah, this is very interesting. But who? Who was that? Well, everyone's been saying it, haven't they? Keiichi Maibara. I had an urge to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday with Keiichi Maibara. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I couldn't understand. A Keiichi Maibara who wasn't me was in Hinamizawa yesterday, as I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, and was busy beating Satoko's uncle to death. I was having a great time at the festival last night. What the hell? I had to suffer through so much. Desperately holding back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour, digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. Who was this Keiichi Maibara who had ignored me so and spent such a fun, carefree time at the festival? Damn it. Evil Keiichi, also known as Wrongchi? Wrongchi Maibara, my favorite character in Higurashi. I should now, as if Keiichi himself is going to hear that the uncle is dead, because if he does, then this gets a lot more complicated. Maybe the uncle is not dead. Wouldn't that be way more scary for some reason? What if he's still alive? I guess we'll find out when we see Satoko. Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line, working so hard to achieve this treasure like everyday life? If there was another Keiichi Maibara besides me, then what was I? On the night of Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared in accordance with Oyashiro-sama's curse, there was only a demon who had killed someone. Dumbfounded as I succumbed to a horrifying possibility, I looked around at my classmates to make sure there was nobody extra. That is ominous. I didn't recognize among them. To make sure I wasn't among them. Ugh, can you imagine? It was a horrifying thought that the real Keiichi Maibara hadn't overslept and had come to school on time. That I, who was no longer Keiichi Maibara, had just waltzed in here. Wait, how did they greet him? I mean, they wouldn't say good morning if they had already seen him, so I think maybe not. Maybe that's good. But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in a bathroom mirror was not here. Okay, everyone.
午後の授業を始めますよ。
Time to start afternoon classes.
皆さん、席に戻ってください。
Please take your seats.
委員長、号令。
President, please lead the class. Is she gonna mention me being late or not? Some wonder the doppelganger is so scary. I mean, can you imagine seeing another Keiichi? 2 Keiichis? No. I'm good. Upon finding me, who was so stupidly late, she gave me a stern talking to, but I wasn't listening to it. Okay, no doppelganger yet. Not in here, at least. Buddy will go to the festival for us, but not to school? Wasn't our old life supposed to start today? Something wasn't right. It was just strange. I was supposed to go back to my old, fun life after yesterday. I had set foot in an uncomparably mysterious world, that was completely different from both my old life and my recent one. Yes, this was without a doubt a different world than the one I had been living in until now. We haven't seen Sadako yet? We have seen her shoes, at least. So she's definitely here. Maybe. There was no way such an absurd thing could be possible. But unless it was true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt isolated. The cicadas sounded no different than they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry too, making me think, was the air in Hinamizawa always this uncomfortable?
Oi, Rena.
Hey, Rena.
何かな？
What is it?
授業中なんだよ。
We're in class. This is hardly the time to have serious conversations about what happened.
昨日の祭りだけどさ、
About the festival yesterday.
俺、いつ頃みんなと合流したっけ？
About when would you say I got there? To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards, and I gobbled down some cans of beer. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but I don't quite remember some things. For random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse. For a second, I was really
最
confused.
初は来れないって言ってたんだよね。
Did he disappear to another instance of Higurashi? That's what Keiichi is alluding to. I'm not sure if... I mean, I'm not gonna say that it isn't possible that that is what happens in this game, but I feel like I've played too much 13 Sentinels. It's making me think that way more messed up things are possible in this game. Could be? I don't know. Maybe that's not what Yukishi is hinting at, though. Keiichi-kun, you said you couldn't come at first, didn't
み
you?
ーちゃんの家にそう電話したんでしょ？
You called Michan's house about it, right? That matched. I called Mion and told her to take Satoko in my place, since I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do.
さとこちゃんを誘ってあげようっていうのはみんなでお祭りの準備をしてた時に決めたんだよ。
We all decided while we were setting up for the festival that we'd invite Satoko-chan.
少しでもおじさんの姿の見えないところに連れ出してあげようと思って。
We wanted to bring her out someplace where she couldn't see her uncle for a little while. That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her, that everyone had already decided to invite her.
それでみんなでレナとみーちゃんとリカちゃんでさとこちゃんの家に行ってさとこちゃんを連れ出して。
And then we all went, me, Mi-chan, and Rika-chan, to Satoko-chan's house and brought her out.
さとこちゃんのおじさんすっごく意地悪そうな人だった。
Satoko-chan's uncle seems like a really mean person. You think? That part didn't matter. What I was trying to ask was...
俺は、いつ合流したんだ？
well, when did I meet up with you?
そんなことも忘れちゃってるの？
How could you forget that?
ケイチくん、だから祭りの前の日はよく寝た方がいいよって言ったのに。
Keiichi-kun, this is why I said to get a good night's sleep before the festival.
だから、
Whatever.
俺はいつ合流したんだよ。
When did I meet up with you? I like that he instantly starts basically shouting at her. Shout whispering. Well, at my sudden threatening demand, Rena was at a loss for words. Oops, I shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry. She disappeared. She's
境
gone.
内でだよ。
It was at the shrine
よっ
grounds.
こりと
It was unexpected.
リカちゃんと話してたじゃない。
You were talking to Rika-chan, weren't you? I was.
うん。
I don't know how to feel about Rika. Because... The bells started appearing when we started talking to her. And now that? Do you remember, Kei-chan? You're Tetsuya Ida, no! Not Ida! Keiichi has such a short fuse, yeah. Especially this chapter, I feel. He is so on edge. You should have a one-on-one talk with Shion when he gets the chance. This is really weird. Why with Shion, though? If Rika was the first person that we talked to, then I feel like we should talk to her instead. Especially since we still have that weird thing that we know about her with the drugs. That she has some kind of weird access to drugs that she's apparently carrying around. Oh, Mion. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
巫女さん姿のリカちゃんと楽しそうに話してた。
Yep, you were having a fun talk with Rika-chan in her shrine maiden outfit.
それでレナも加わって「はお持ち帰り」って。
And then Rena came up and said, "Huh, I'm taking you home."
リカちゃんと話してたのか。
I was talking to Rika-chan.
ケイちゃん、用事か何かがあったんじゃないって私が聞いたらさ。
And I asked, Kei-chan, didn't you have something to do today?
ケイちゃん、胸を叩きながら自分で言ったじゃないのよ。
Then you pounded your chest and said it yourself.
用事なんかより祭りで大暴れする方が大切だぜって。
That letting loose at a festival was more important than some silly errands. I didn't say that. I never said anything like that. I never even went to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig the hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time doing it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. I called him out and lay in wait, and then it started raining really hard. With that kind of downpour, the festival should have come to a halt. In other words, it ended then. From the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to have swung by the shrine grounds. I wonder if it also rained for them. I was already there when Mion and the others dragged Satoko out and brought her to the shrine, and I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? Well, only one way to find out. The teacher went out to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly.
ケイイチとですか？
With you?
あ、
Yeah.
リカちゃんはミオンたちが来る前から俺と話してたんだろ。
We were talking to each other before Mion and the others got there, right?
いつ俺に会ったんだ。
When did we see each other?
いつどこでだよ。
Maybe she drugged us! It's all her! When did we see each other? When and where?
ケイイチが何を聞きたいのかわからないのです。
I don't know what you're trying to ask.
俺昨日寝不足で半分頭がぼーっとなっててさ。
You know, yesterday I didn't really get enough sleep and my head's a bit fuzzy.
何も覚えてないんだよ。
I don't remember a thing. It looked like Rika-chan bought into my babbling.
ケイイチと会ったのは集会所から村長さんたちと出てきた時なのです。
Okay, that isn't too weird. That is possible. We saw each other when the mayor and the others came out of the assembly
ケ
hall.
イイチは最後殿の扉の前にいましたのですよ。
You were in front of the ritual implement storehouse. What a fun place to be at. That is an odd place to be at, actually. That's not something that you just casually stand outside of. Oh, this brings me back to the weird shadowy figure that they saw in the ritual implement storehouse. And the jumping up and down that, who was it who heard that? Shion and Tomitaka, I think, were the ones who heard the sound, and Shion was the one who saw the shadowy figure up in the cages, which, combined with the footsteps that Keiichi keeps hearing, is insanely creepy, and the fact that she saw him in front of the implement storehouse where the sounds were coming from, which makes me think that, oh my goodness, maybe there is a demon residing in there. It was weird why his mother gave a small scolding like you mentioned. Oh my god, yes! Did his parents scold him for being late because he was hanging out after the festival and coming home late instead of him being super late and being completely disheveled? I didn't even consider that. You might be right. Maybe she didn't completely freak out because of that. Because he didn't come home that late. He just kind of vanished. But we got home after, quote unquote, the festival was over? Oh my goodness.
何？
Huh? What?
細具伝？
The ritual implement storehouse? I never heard a building called that before. Or maybe I have, but at the very least I wouldn't know where on the shrine grounds it was.
村長さんがそこは神聖な場所だからみだりに近寄ってはならにゅうと怒りましたですよ。
The mayor got real angry at you since you shouldn't go near holy places without authority, remember?
ケイチ、それも忘れてしまいましたですか？
Keiichi, do you forget that too? I was too scared to ask anymore. The more I asked, the more it became clear without any doubt that Keiichi Maibara was present at the Furude shrine grounds during the Watanagashi festival. The clearer that became, the more doubts, no, fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Whoever that was, he had a good time in my place and managed to go the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. All right, when did that person leave everyone? Oh boy. Yeah, he's circling back to it. Hey, Keiichi went to the storehouse or came out of the storehouse. Right? If the shadowy figure that they were describing and the odd sounds that they were hearing from inside the ritual storehouse were some kind of demon thingy, ghost thingy residing inside the ritual storehouse, then it being near the ritual storehouse as if coming out of it in Keiichi's appearance would make sense. This morning, my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late last night, which meant at the very least that Keiichi Maibara hadn't come home when my mother was still awake. The festival would have been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house's storage room to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. Since it was already raining hard by then, the festival would have had to close down before 7. If I returned that early, I would have definitely run into my parents. Or, at the very least, they wouldn't have asked me when I got back last night. So the Keiichi Maibara from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened, the festival was broken up, everyone left. Didn't they go to a party afterwards? That would have been indoors. But he didn't go back to the house. That means... When I arrived at the natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed up to my brain. That meant... Keiichi Maibara was the same as Satoshi. One day, he never went home. On the night of Watanagashi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. That is technically correct. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Wait. So does that mean the same thing happened to Satoshi? So Satoshi, the actual real Satoshi, is still out there? Somewhere? And the demon version disappeared? He was quite literally demoned away, possessed by a demon, and then just vanished into thin air? I was so tired I wasn't even hungry, so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Keiichi Maibara. Keiichi Maibara was me. There may have been another one, but that doesn't negate the fact that I was Keiichi Maibara. Then, that other Keiichi Maibara was what? The voices of the cicadas steadily filling the classroom were beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko! Oh, she does not look good. Which makes me think we weren't killing her uncle after all? Maybe? Possibly? Satoko's expression was dark as always. She seemed completely exhausted at a life of agony she couldn't even imagine an ending to. But she shouldn't look like this. What had last night been like for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone and feel a little happier, if even for a moment? And when she went home, the end of her dream, she'd probably gone to sleep afraid of when her uncle would return. It's almost like a close family member died. I mean, do you think she would be sad if she found out he died? I don't know. Could be that she would feel sad. Is he a close family member if he's a piece of shit? I wouldn't consider someone treating me like Satoko's uncle treated her to be a close family member. I would consider that a piece of shit who just happens to be related to me. I don't know yet. At this point, the uncle may as well still be alive. Maybe. And then this morning, her uncle hadn't come home, supposedly. And then she went to school. Right now, she must have still been trapped by the rotten idea from which she couldn't be saved. That her uncle would need her when she got back. But you can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle won't ever be coming back. I couldn't tell her it was because I'd killed him. When Satoko realized on her own that her uncle would never return, then that would truly be the end of the long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's Nini. Very normal to feel conflicted even when piece of shit my family members die. True. Okay, feeling conflicted, yes. But she seemed like tragically hurt from her expression. But yes, feeling conflicted, emotionally conflicted, I agree. It comes off like Keiichi did kill the uncle, but ended up in a different Higurashi where he supposedly didn't do all that, yet Keiichi's Higurashi still exists and he disappeared from it. It's more like... I feel like it's more like demons are roaming around, taking the bodies of people, the appearances of people, pretending to be literally walking amongst the people, like we have heard in the old stories that Takano told us, for example, of demons looking like humans living in Hinamizawa. We don't know much about them, except that they eat humans and that they do it in a very ritualistic kind of way. It could be that they also have the ability to kind of shapeshift into anyone residing in Hinamizawa. Maybe the uncle's now replaced by a literal demon? I have no clue. We'll see, we'll see. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's Nini. Not an atom in my body regretted it. And look, calm down and think, Keiichi Maebara. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient that was another Keiichi Maebara? I buried the corpse perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen. But if worst came to worst, and it got out, the investigation got to me, we have an alibi. Yes, we have a strong alibi, able to profess the fact that I'd been at the Watanagashi festival. But accepting something so creepy and using it as an alibi, still, if I proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it would do no good and a whole lot of harm. Oh yes. You do not want to do that right now. Just accept the alibi. Did it leave the shovel? Yes, and a big hole, human-shaped hole, or sized hole rather, knee-deep, assumingly, that he did not use because he dug another hole in the middle of nowhere. Go back to that place and look for it. If it's still there, what he did happen. Yes, he should be able to find the shovel. Or actually, I mean, I guess the hole was dug a day before, so it could also just be gone. Or did he, wait, did he do it the day before? Or did he do it the same day? Now I'm not so sure. No, he did it the same day. Never mind. It just felt like such a long chapter, which made it feel like two separate in-game days, but it was the same day. I know what's gonna happen. I think he'll meet an untimely fate in the forest if he's going to go back. Or he's just gonna poof. We have never... Have we? Only last arc did we see Keiichi's POV of actually dying because we saw Mion come out from under the hospital bed. In the first arc, we didn't even see what Keiichi went through. We only got a description of what he went through, so... I don't know if we'll actually get an explanation. This Keiichi is always wrong. Is the festival one... But isn't the only wrong Keiichi wrong chi? So correcti chi would be a different kind of Keiichi. This is just Keiichi. Correcti chi would be someone else. Right? Maybe the first arc was correcti chi, then the last arc was just Keiichi, and this one is just wrong chi. Mental check for himself. That second Keiichi might take his place permanently. Maybe. Oh, I wonder if he's gonna... I mean, he has to go back to collect the shovel, right? That was what left a really, actually bad aftertaste. You'll forget about it, Keiichi Maebara. Everything that happened before today. So just forget about the Keiichi Maebara who was there yesterday too. Instead, let's watch gently over Satoko for the day her smile returns. And the day that would mark the end of that insane, all too long night. Well, let's find out! My god. That's all for today, class. Please go straight back to your homes, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up, add attention. Bow. And goodbye. I thought about many things and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. I didn't know whether or not that time had been spent worrying or daydreaming, but either way, it came to an end along with the class. Cheerfully, our classmates got their things and ran for the hallway. Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan were packing up as well. What about Satoko? This whole day, she seemed deflated. Well, her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he'd never return. I mean, if Mion had the suspicion that Satoshi was the one who killed their aunt, then maybe Satoko also did have that suspicion. And maybe instead of only feeling bad for him leaving, possibly because of her, not just because of her itself, but because he had to kill their aunt for her. Maybe she also blames herself for what she thinks is her dead uncle and Keiichi killing him for her. You know what I mean? She blames herself for the disappearance of her uncle too now. How much I wanted to express that fact to her. Satoko packed up her pencil box and math workbook messily, and after a dark glance at the clock, heaved a sigh, then went to leave the classroom. Then suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. What is it? Ah. Are they giving her like more tasks to get her to stay longer at school so she doesn't have to go back home? I watered the plants like I was supposed to and got all the printouts done. Her words, possessed by her persecution complex, hurt. I spoke loudly so everyone could hear. Hey, everyone. Why don't we have club today? It's been a while. Satoko always had to tend to her uncle, so club has been on hiatus. In our minds, our club was a proof of a calm, peaceful life. Her uncle disappearing means she could fall into social services instead of being with Rika. That too. She probably doesn't feel at ease either way. She might not mourn his disappearance, but she might blame herself for his disappearance, or she is afraid of what could happen if he leaves again. Things might not turn out the way they did last time. By enjoying being together, I wanted to make Satoko realize her days of darkness were over.
レナはうん
I'm okay.
いいよ
I'll do it.
み
Meep.
そりゃま
Well, I
あ
mean,
私は構わないけど
I don't mind.
さとこがいいならね
If it's okay with Satoko. Under a condition. That was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look.
なあ、サトコ。久々にどうだよ。
Come on, Satoko, it's been a long
パー
time.
ッとさ。
Let's go crazy! I don't know if she's in the mood for crazy.
そのお気持ちは嬉しいでございますけど
Well, I'm happy you feel that way, but... I mean, look at her. She is absolutely shattered. This is like shortly after the meltdown she had in class too. Girly needs help, first and foremost. I can't believe she hasn't gotten actual therapy yet. I know that they didn't tell her teacher in the end. I guess no one told her what actually happened. Though, in my opinion, she should have grasped that as her teacher, knowing what is happening to her, and should have gotten her appropriate treatment, but I don't know. If they don't tell her, I guess she can't do anything. My uncle might already be home, thus spoke her darkened eyes, her mouth unmoving.
サトコもさ、連日息が詰まるような生活をずーっと続けててさ、もう窒息寸前だろ？
You've been choking on life every day for a while. You must be about to suffocate.
そんなのは心にも体にも悪いだけだぜ。
It's not good for your mind or body.
やっぱりたまにはパーッと弾けなきゃな。
Once in a while, you've gotta have some fun. I know he means well, but like, stop. She knows this. You do not need to tell her what she needs to do. She knows this. If she doesn't feel like it because she's afraid or whatever other reason she might have, you can't force her to stay and do this. Are there even any therapists in Hinamizawa? Maybe not in Hinamizawa, but in Okinomiya? Which is like the nearest city. Did you finding the worst things to say competition? He is horrible. He should just get other Keiichi in here. Get Demon Keiichi in here. Can't believe that anyone in school or other parties are doing anything and no things were explained as to why, but you still can clearly see she's crumbling more and more. As well, like, the teacher heard what was going on in the classroom, like, kind of. The fact that she got an answer somewhere along the lines of, oh yeah, we were just kind of wrestling around, me and Rena and Satoko were kind of messing around, and them crying on the floor, everyone shocked as hell. The fact that Chie didn't pick up on that and didn't get some kind of professional in here to help her to talk about what is going on is baffling.
放っておいてくださいまし
Please, leave it alone.
私だってそりゃ部活がまたやれたらと思っていますわよ
It's not like I don't want to do club again. With one word, but she looked down.
みんなで遊んだ方が楽しいのはサトコだってよく知ってるだろ。
Shut up, Keiichi! We don't need this! Satoko, you know as well as anyone that it's more fun being with everyone, right?
俺たちは仲間だぜ。
We're friends.
みんなで一緒に過ごすようにできてるんだよ。
That means we can spend time with each other.
サトコだって昨日みんなでお祭りで騒いで楽しかったろ？
I mean, you had a great time at the festival yesterday with everyone, didn't you? Oh. Wait, did she go? Nana nearly said something, but she was too late.
ケイチさん何を言ってますの
Oh, wait, oh, yeah. Did she not go? Oh, time to get going. Take care, Spooky. Thank you for being here, Pika. Hope you had a good time. Take care and have a lovely rest of your day. My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down, and she threw it off.
私がお祭りで楽しくいつ遊んだって言うんですの？
When exactly was I playing and having fun at the festival?
楽しく遊んだのは圭一さんだけじゃありませんの。
Okay, so she was there. Phew! I wasn't sure for a second. The only one having fun was you, Keiichi-san. Huh? I looked over to Mion for help, but now everyone was looking down. My instincts told me that Satoko... Oh, never mind. She did not go. Hadn't gone to the festival. But Erna said it herself, that she went with Mion to Satoko's house to invite her.
さとこちゃん途中で帰っちゃったの。
Wait. Where did she go? Hold on. What happened? Satoko-chan left on the way there.
神社には行かなかった。
She didn't go to the shrine.
どうして？
Why? I realized the absurdity of what I just said with Satoko in front of me.
おじが家で待ってるのに一人だけ遊んでると悪いって言って。
She said her uncle was waiting at home and she couldn't have fun by herself. Didn't he allow her to go outside?
神社の直前で
When we were in front of the shrine,
私たちも引き止めたんだよ。
we tried to stop her too.
今日はおじさん公認だからちゃんと遊んでも怒られないんだよって。
We told her her uncle said it was okay and that he wouldn't get mad if she had a good time. I mean, she knows her uncle. He probably would have gotten mad no matter what he said. The first Higurashi read is such a mindfuck. It is! I'm like trying to process everything right now and it's crazy. At some point, tears had begun welling up in Satoko's eyes. Satoko was so afraid of her uncle that she couldn't even allow herself time with her friends and went home. No, she was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with her friends.
圭一さんはいいですわね。
Keiichi-san, you must have it
み
nice.
んなで楽しくお祭り一夜を過ごせて。
Having a blast at the festival all night.
聞けば大層盛り上がって大活躍だったそうじゃないですの。
They told me you went all out, didn't you?
お羨ましいことですわ。
I'm very envious. No, that's not fair. Well, first of all, we didn't even do that, okay? And second of all, that's not fair. Keiichi in this position would think of a way to keep Satoko to go to the festival. But then again, our Keiichi wasn't with the group. Exactly. He would have done something to get her to go to the festival anyway. But yeah, since he was not there, he couldn't do anything. Maybe that's all she needed, right? Support during that time. Maybe if he was there, he could have gotten her to go, could have gotten her mind off of things. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we made a terrible decision killing Teppei. Smiling to herself, the tears began to fall. Oh man.
私には養わなければならない叔父がいますの。
I must provide for my uncle.
圭一さんみたいにご両親にのんびり養ってもらってる人とはわけが違いますですのよ。
It's completely different from you with how you let your parents do everything.
さとこ。
楽しくお祭りが過ごせてよかったですわね。
I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself at the festival.
私の分まで楽しく過ごせて本当におよろしかったですこと。
I'm so glad you had enough fun for me too.
私だって部活がしたいですわ。
I mean, I want to participate in the club too.
みんなで楽しく大騒ぎして楽しくて楽しくて。
Making such a racket with everyone is so much fun.
でも今の私そんなの。
But right now, I can't. Oh, no, I didn't expect to feel so sad. I did not expect to feel this sad. This is hurting me. Oh, this is gonna be a rough chapter. What if he's actually not dead? Okay, but there's gonna be an ad break in like 5 seconds. So if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink or get a snack, feel free to do that right now. I guess I'll munch down on some almonds and I will be right back after the ad break. So enjoy the sadness. Prepare for more sadness because it is inevitable. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I am back. I made it back. I didn't choke on almonds. I am alive. I am alive. I hope everyone else is also alive. How do you not expect to feel sad after her outbreak last time? Listen, I thought it would be over. I had a slight amount of hope, you know, that she would be okay. I had a little bit of hope. Stayed at home. I mean, she did go up to the shrine at least. I don't know how far that is from her home, but he might have lured him out while she was also out. We don't know. We don't know. My keyboard keeps dying lately, which is not good. But I'm gonna fish regardless if it lets me. Okay, but let's keep going. Unable to withstand such violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheek. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say that it was hard for her. It was a sad, obstinate bravery. But the days when Satoko had to feel like that were over. Satoko didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now and smile. Should make some small notes. Questions are piling on at rapid pace. I feel like they give quite nice recaps during the after party. At every chapter, they give you like a recap of everything that's kind of like still open. I feel like it's all gonna make sense in the end. I don't know, the times when I took notes during games to try and understand things is over. If I can't understand a game by the end of it, then I'm just gonna look it up. Which is, I'm a little bit scared of playing Umineko after this, because I heard that Umineko is even more confusing than Higurashi. And that people never truly understand Umineko, which makes me a little scared. I get very obscure memes of Umineko on Twitter. I'm like, okay, I don't understand a single thing that is going on in this image. It is so confusing from what I've heard, but people really love it, so I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also very afraid. I was so frustrated at her not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something that I'm not sure I should have said before I thought twice about it. Oh no, the Keiichi special. He didn't come home, did he? This is not something that you have to think twice about. The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I didn't know if Satoko understood them.
帰ってこないって誰がですの？
Didn't come home. Who?
ゆうべは帰らなかったんだろ。
He didn't come home last night, did he?
お前のお家は。
Your uncle?
何を言ってますの、ケイイチさんは。
Aw, damn it. Damn it. None of this happened. He didn't die. He didn't die. What are you talking about, Keiichi-san? Satoko shouted with all her might.
あいつがいついなくなったって言うんですの？
Damn it! No! This was all for nothing! I can't believe this. No! Why? I think Umineko is hard to understand, but has very easy to follow emotional through lines. The exact is a bit washy, but you get what is going on. Okay. I find the memes to be very entertaining, even though I know nothing about the game. Not as much, didn't bury him deep enough, he just walked. What happened? Why? Keiichi's gonna react in a very calm and collected way to this new information. He's not gonna freak out, guys. He's gonna be fine. He's not gonna skedaddle on over to the forest and bury holes everywhere. Bury holes? Did I just say that? Dig holes. When has he not been there? When? When?
落ち着けよ。
Calm down.
だって昨日あいつは帰ってこなかったろ。
I mean, he didn't come home yesterday, did he?
ケイイチさんが何を言ってるのか全然わかりませんでしたよ。
I don't understand what you're trying to say, Keiichi-san.
さとここそ何を言ってんだよ。
Satoko, what are you talking about?
だってあの男は。
I mean, that man, I killed him. Killed him yesterday. Killed him for sure. And I buried him. Buried him whole. You could never have returned to his house.
昨日だって私にいっぱい意地悪して
No, why? Even yesterday, he was torturing me so much. He yelled at me. He shouted at me. He found fault with everything I did.
作ったご飯を投げられた。
He threw the dinner I made him on the
お
floor.
味噌汁もひっくり返された。
He dumped his bowl of miso soup on me too.
暑かった。
It was hot.
汚かった。
It was messy.
そしてお掃除も私がした。
And I cleaned all of it up.
私が
I cleaned
私が
all of it.
あ
No. This is not what I expected. This is not what I expected to come back to. What? Our stories weren't matching up.
あいついる
He, Night?
今朝だって朝ごはんの時起こせって言われたから起こしたのに怒られた。
And this morning, when he woke me up to make him breakfast, he got so mad at me.
起こさなかったらまた怒るように起こしても怒られた。
He would have gotten mad at me whether I'd gotten up or not. This nightmare is never going to end for her, is it?
さとこ
This is horrible. Rika-chan went over to Satoko and said a few words of consolation. But Satoko angrily refused those words and thrust Rika-chan away.
ニーニ
And now we're also wearing Satoshi's shoes! Nini.
ーニーニー早く帰ってきてよ。
Come back! Come back! Crying, Satoko slowly walked out into the hallway. After a moment, Rika-chan went after her. I couldn't stop thinking about the words Satoko had spoken while crying. I buried her uncle last night, but she said this morning that wasn't possible. I buried him last night, so she couldn't have seen her uncle this morning. What was Satoko? At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice.
ねえケイちゃん
Oh my god. Why? This is heartbreaking to watch. It is. And I can't believe that this is how it's gonna turn out. I really thought that for a moment it would be better for her. Oh, this is such a shock. I really thought he was dead. This is so infuriating. I can't read that. Hey, Kei-chan.
さとこのおじさんが帰ってこないって何
What did you mean about Satoko's uncle? I said too much. I let my emotions get the better of me.
レナも聞いたよ。
Is the bat still there? I wonder. Since we threw it into the swamp, would it still be in Satoshi's locker? Mion, yeah, she should know what we mean by that. And I heard it
さ
too.
とこちゃんのおじさんが帰ってこないって言った。
You said Satoko-chan's uncle didn't come home.
どうして
Why? Why are you smiling at me like
なん
that?
で帰ってこないの
Why didn't he come home?
おかしいよね。
That's strange.
だって今朝もちゃんとさとこちゃんのおじさんはいるんだよ。
Satoko-chan's uncle was right there this morning, wasn't he?
なのになんで帰ってこないなんて言うのかな。かな。
So why would you say he didn't come back? Come back?
ケイちゃん言ってることがさっきから変
Kei-chan, you've been saying weird things for a while. Suddenly, Mion and Rena started to speak in strange and creepy voices. What were they doing? What were they saying?
ケイちゃんは
Oh
さとこのお
no!
じさんがいると何か都合が悪いことでもあるわけ
I knew this was gonna happen. It's never good when they smile at you like that and close their eyes and then they open them. You know what's gonna happen. There's only one way to find out. Why are they being like an adult child? Childing? A child? What is childing? Chiding? What? Hichan, is it somehow inconvenient for you for Satoko's uncle to be around?
お前らこそ何を言ってるんだ。
You... No, what are you talking about?
サトコのおじなんかいない方がいいに
Of
決
course,
まってるだろうが。
of course it would be better if Satoko's uncle wasn't here.
うん
Yep.
それはもちろんいない方がいいよねよね
That's true, of course. If only he weren't here, right? In the middle of the classroom, too! Something wasn't right. The next thing I knew, Mion and Rena were smiling thinly, and their eyes were dark and muddy in a way that I'd never seen before. And as our eyes met, that mud even seemed to fill the air.
サトコのおじは確かに嫌なやつだよね。
I think the demons are upset about Keiichi just jumping into action. When there is a selection every year that isn't made by people like him who have nothing to do with all of this. Chiding to speak to someone severely because they have behaved badly. Hope it's okay to explain. Yes, thank you! I didn't know that was a word. Thank you. Okay, let me read that sentence again. Now it should make sense. Are they being like an adult chiding a child? Oh, okay. Thank you. I did not know that word. New word unlocked. Satoko's uncle is an awful person, no doubt.
私もいなくなった方がいいやつだと思うよ。
I think we'd all be better off with him gone just as much as you do.
でもさ、いるわけだし、
But he's here.
仕方ないじゃない。
There's nothing we can do, right? Nothing we can do? Something's wrong. Something's clearly wrong here. What the hell was happening? After a moment, a chilly liquid-like feeling as though my blood had been mixed with sherbet crawled up my spine.
仕方ないってそりゃ仕方ないけど
No choice. I mean, of course there isn't, but I mean there is a choice, and we made a choice. English is my one language, gotta use it to the fullest extent. I get it. I appreciate when you guys teach me new vocabulary.
でもそれじゃサトコが
But then Satoko will never...
仕方がなければどうするのかな
Well, she's kind of back to normal. If there's no choice, what would you do? Ugh. Rena was trying to prompt me to say more. There really was no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Satoko.
それは
That's... mm,
放っておきなよ。
leave him
そ
alone.
のうち解決しちゃうと思うしさ。
I think things will resolve themselves soon enough.
さとこちゃんがおじさんがいるって言ってるんだからいる
Satoko-chan said her uncle was here, so he's here. Great! I'm so happy to know that all of Keiichi's efforts were for nothing. She should run. These two are clearly not there anymore. Why is it always these two? It's always these two! Going batshit crazy! What does she mean by that? I have no idea. I guess... Yeah, as we keep saying, there's only one way to find out. Just gonna keep
ちゃん
scrolling.
と昨日もいたし今朝もいる
He was here yesterday, and he's here today.
そうならそうでいいんじゃないかなかな
She said so it's fine, right? Right? Mion and Rena were speaking unbelievably dismissively. How could they be talking like that? Mion and Rena, they were my friends, and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse, weren't they? They would never blurt out something like this. And I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Satoko or anyone else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it because him being alive was impossible. There's no way he was alive. it was impossible. I mean, unless the demon possessed Teppei's body, like they did in the last arc. And yet, since Satoko herself said he was here and he was alive, I didn't know why or how, but suddenly Mion and Rena were at my sides, standing there silently.
帰ろうよケイちゃん。
I don't want to go home with these girlies. I'm sorry. I'm good.
帰ったらね、今日は久しぶりにレナ宝探しに行くつもりなんだ。
After we leave, Rena wants to go treasure hunting for the first time in a while. It's funny that she says this. Didn't she say that the last time she had a freak out like this? That she was gonna go treasure hunting? That was when we first brought up Satoshi.
みーちゃんも来るんだよ。
Mi-chan is coming too. I am not coming to the fucking treasure hunting site with these two.
ケイちゃんも一緒に行こ
Kei-chan, you should come along.
う。もちろん拒否権はないからね。
Of course, you're not allowed to refuse. If words could freeze blood. Ah. And there was no doubt that they would have frozen me solid. Look like a cut up corpse because that's how Mion looked like in the hospital? Huh. Cut up corpse. I mean, not necessarily cut up, but like hurt? He did bash his head in. I wonder if you could mask that? I mean, he did beat him up pretty bad. It would be pretty hard to not have that be visible. I was trying to think of how Takano looked, or how she was described to look in the last arc when she was basically dead when we saw her. I think they said that they strangled her to death, and then after the whole ritual storehouse, they set her body on fire. So, I mean, if you're strangled to death, there would definitely be things visible unless she was wearing something around her neck, but I don't think Takano wears anything around her neck. Which makes it a little confusing. Maybe not everything would be visible. I gotta say things can't get worse. Extremely incorrect statement. Surely things can't get any worse. Yeah, he bashed his skull open, basically. I mean, yeah. We don't have to think about how they described it, yeah. I could hear it, a strange sound like a layer of thin ice spreading, emanating from every joint in my body. And with them closely at my sights, we left the school as if they were police officers taking me away. Well, not like we have a choice, I guess. They talked about silly things the entire way home like they always did, but they always stood at my sides as if to prevent me from escaping. They're really not letting me go, huh? This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Yes, thinking back, it had been strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. That insane night was still continuing. Yes, it still hadn't ended.
何
What?
どうしたのケイちゃん。急に立ち止まったりして。
What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why did you suddenly stop?
ごめん。なんでもないよ。
Oh, sorry, it's nothing. Don't open your eyes. When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. Footsteps? Yep, an extra set of footsteps. That was proof. Proof that insane night hadn't ended. Oh my goodness. The footsteps are what's, like, really getting me right now. I don't like paranormal stuff like that, which, yeah, what a great visual novel for such a little baby like me. Keiji's being escorted by bodyguards. I mean, someone has to keep the guy in check. Yep, still looks like day to me. It's bright and early out. I don't know what he's talking about. What are these footsteps supposed to imply? I thought it was like a ghost, a demon following him, like a shadow. I don't know if you were there for the entire first arc, but in the first arc we had like this shadowy experience too. Basically in the first arc, it was Rena being a little creepy stalker girly, okay? And on the day she particularly freaked out on us on the way back home, where she was basically following us, screaming at us, and telling us all this weird stuff with her demon eyes. She followed Keiichi back home. Keiichi had the metal bat, and he said that he heard footsteps or someone entering the house behind him, and someone breathing behind him, a woman. So he completely freaked out and started bashing in the entire entranceway. And there was no one. There was no one behind him. He was basically fighting a ghost, something, a spirit, a demon, something that wasn't visible. He also said that when he was swinging around, I think he might have hit whatever was behind him, because whatever was behind him kind of let out a gasp, which he said he very clearly heard. And it was very clearly a woman's voice, which I thought meant that that was kind of Rena's demon in that specific case. And then last arc, of course, we had the whole thing with the shadowy figure in the ritual storehouse and the weird jumping up and down sounds as if someone was, like a little kid was jumping up and down. Yeah, so we had those instances in every arc so far. Now we have footsteps following us around. Satoshi isn't the one following us, probably. I mean, I wouldn't be so sure about that. We don't know what happened to him. Could be Satoshi. Oh my god. Actually, we did hear Satoshi's voice when we hit Teppei, or when we were about to hit him off of his motorbike. We heard Satoshi's voice. Oh my goodness, this could actually be him. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Mian left when she usually did, and we finally came to my house. I thought we wanted to go to the thing.
じゃあね、ケイチくん。
I guess not. I guess they were just escorting me home so I don't go to the forest or to Satoko's house. Okay,
お
Keiichi-kun,
家で待っててね。
wait here for me.
レナ、すぐに迎えに行く
Never
から。
mind, we're meeting back up. Why does it sound so ominous? Then I will come to pick you up soon. What was it? She was inviting me along on one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts at the dam site, right? But why now? Mian coming along was strange too. The last time we were around that part, things didn't end so well for us. Or I guess for them too. Keiji thought he heard Satoshi, but it was more so because he was probably glad it would make sense for Satoshi to be vengeful against Keiichi. I mean, just because he has footsteps following him doesn't mean it's vengeful. Ghosts and spirits and demons don't always have to be vengeful. They can just be following you around in this, setting where they exist, of course. Doesn't mean that it's a vengeful spirit or something like that. I was about to say something, but I forgot. Whatever it was, let me just read it. Maybe I can remember. Nope, I can't. Mian may have accepted Rena's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage, so she'd never come with her before. And the location, specifically being the dam site, was a little creepy. The dam construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one ever went there unless they thought to in particular. Nobody lived there, and there were no lights, so at night it got dark very quickly. I was being forcibly invited there. There was no reason I had to fear Rena and Mion. I disagree. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I'd be making by refusing them be a pain to deal with? And that way, it didn't seem like going treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. Where is your sense of danger, dude? Do you not have that? But that insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now? Warning me that Rena and Mion were strange? Exactly. Unfinished dam project was still around as the dam site? Yep, it's still around. Yeah, in the beginning of the first arc, we went treasure hunting with Rena, which is how we found out about the whole Oyashiro-sama instance in the first place. The first arc really set up a nice way for you to learn about it. In the following arcs, they basically give you a recap through one of the characters, but usually, yeah, in the first arc, you just learned it by going through old newspapers that you found at the dam site and by Tomitake telling you all about it. And near the end of the first arc, Keiichi was being chased around the same area by, I think it was only Rena, and then a few other people from Hinamizawa who started also chasing him. They tracked him down and they brought him home. At which point he realized he was drugged, or they were gonna drug him, something like that. And he completely snapped and ended up beating them up with a metal bat and killing them. Shortly, he also ended up, what was I gonna say? Clawing out his own throat, like Tomitake-san did in every single chapter so far. So yeah, the dam site, not a lot of nice stuff happens around there. I don't have good memories with it, so I don't really think going with these two crazies there right now would be a good idea. The warning sirens were so freaking loud, I felt like my head would split in two.
あ、レナ、俺、実はちょっと用事があるんだ。
Rena, I actually have something to do. Tomitake has got to stop doing that. It's real bad for your health. It is not good for you to claw your own throat, guys. Don't do it. I know you want to do it, but it's not good. I got in around the time he was killing the girls, everything before I missed, so now I know. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Rena, I actually have something to do.
用事
Something to do?
何の
In the first arc, she was heavily stalking us, so I don't know. I don't think she's just gonna let us do something else. She's probably gonna follow us. That's the extra set of footsteps that we're gonna be hearing. Need to commit another murder? Exactly. 2 more. Something to do? Like what?
なんのって、用事だよ、用事。
Like what? I just have something to do, okay?
用事ならなんでみーちゃんがいるうちに言ってくれなかったの
If you had something to do, why didn't you say it while Michan was here?
みーちゃんとはダム現場で待ち合わせって言って別れちゃった後なのに
I already told her to meet us at the dam site before we split up. Well, you can just go together. Rena was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear.
ごめん。
Sorry.
ちょっと言い出すタイミングを逃しちゃって。
I just kind of missed the opportunity to say so.
本当に
Really? You're lying, aren't you? You just made that up now, you liar. That's what Rena's eyes said to me.
俺、頭が痛いんだ。
Her calling us a liar really gives me a flashback to the first arc. I don't know like where this is going. We don't have a metal bat to defend ourselves now either, because either it's in the locker or we threw it into the lake. We don't know. You have to go to the toilet really bad. I ate some really bad. really, really, really bad food, man. I gotta go.
風邪かもしれない。
My head hurts. I might have a
だ
cold.
から病院に行って薬をもらってきたいんだよ。
So I wanted to go get it checked out and get some medicine.
本当に
I love that. Yeah, she kept calling us a big liar in the first arc, which resulted in her going absolutely batshit crazy too. Really? That wasn't really a lie. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. Rena, she couldn't figure it out if my head hurt or not just by looking at it.
なら仕方ないね。
And I guess that's that. After staring me in the eyes for a few moments, she fired a sharp needle-like stare at me. Ha, needles. Get it? Because she put a needle in our mochi. She didn't outright call him a liar this time, so that is an improvement. Yeah, she only did so with her eyes. And she also didn't actually put a needle in our mochi this time, just did it with her eyes. The tension in my body loosened, and I felt like my knees might buckle.
診療所に行くなら早く行った方がいいと思うよ。
If you're going to the clinic, then you should go soon. I wonder if Takano would be there.
あそこたまに早く閉まるから
Sometimes they close early.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
そうするよ。
I'll do that.
必ず行くんだよ。
Make sure you go, okay?
病院
To the hospital.
行くよ。
I will.
本当に行くんだよ。
Go. For real.
行く。
I will. It seemed like Rena had realized that I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. With how serious she looks, she might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. I couldn't say anything careless. Lying about getting checked out was just an excuse to decline her request in the first place. It didn't matter whether I actually went.
あ、ちゃんと行くよ。
Yeah, I'll go.
なんなら明日病院のレシートを持って行ってもいい。
If you want, I can ring you the bell tomorrow.
それいいね。
I didn't expect her to be like, yeah, sure, do that. Oh, that would be
必
good.
ずもらっておいてね。
Be sure to bring it, okay?
レナ、明日見るから。
Then I will look at it then. Okay, alright, I guess we're going to the hospital, guys. Another tingle started crawling up my back. There was no ignoring it. Rena and Mian must have been monitoring my movements. No, not again! That wasn't normal. Far from it. All of it was insane. I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back. But what on earth was all this? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of order. With the other Keiichi Maebara, with those creepy footsteps I've been hearing, with Rena and Mion acting so curious, and above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamizawa village, Shishibone. I knew that much. Was this really the Hinamizawa I knew? I mean, clearly
おい
not.
前原圭一。ここはどこなんだ。
Might as well stop by a place and find a weapon of some sort. Yeah, like the metal bat. Hey, Keiichi Maebara, where is this? At least he's not asking when is this. This is not 13 Sentinels. I asked, whipping around before the front door to face the one who has been following in my wake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Keiichi Maebara, huh? That's what I just called him. Calling the one who had been trailing behind me this whole time. That shadowy presence always clinging to me like it was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Oh my god. Oh no. That is creepy as hell. Nuh-uh. So no yakisoba pan? I mean, technically, yakisoba pan exists in the Higurashi timeline, so we can get some. We can get some. Footsteps always following me was another impossibility. It couldn't have been a ghost, so it was just impossible. Was it? I feel like a ghost following us makes more sense than the guy we killed last night being up and awake. so the strangeness must have been my ears, my head, or Hinamizawa. Everything I could see was the same exact Hinamizawa I knew so well, and that gave me the creeps. Eventually, I decided to actually go to the clinic. I really didn't want to go outside, but a stronger feeling than that desire was the fear that Rena might actually be keeping an eye on me to see if I went to the hospital. She is. She so is. But before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. Are we gonna check for the bat? I pretended I'd forgotten something and was going back to the classroom to pick it up. Oh boy, let's get our murder weapon, guys! Hi Zexu, welcome in. Hope we're doing good. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much, having to be so careful to fake it. After carefully verifying once more that nobody was watching, I went over to the locker. There he is. Yes, Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat I found in this locker, Satoshi's bat. And then I had thrown the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat shouldn't have been inside. But what if the bat was still in here? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea, but if it was true, it would explain a lot. If the bat was in here, yesterday's events would have all been a delusion. No, an illusion. What if it's actually in there? That would make everything more confusing. Or rather, if it wasn't in there, that would mean that someone disposed of it in this timeline. But who? If the guy is alive? I hadn't killed anyone, and I'd gone to the festival. I had a great time rampaging about with everyone. It would prove that Keiichi Maebara was really me. Proof that I was under some strange assumption that I had killed Satoko's uncle. Schrodinger's bat. Oh, is it still in there? We don't know. Only one way to find out. Proof that it had all been a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I had just gone mad, unable to separate my shocking, uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, nothing will have changed. If it was here, it would just mean I'd gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. And just like the first time, the choking scent of smell and sweat like a stale towel came flowing out. There was a baseball uniform and some miscellaneous other things like notebooks. There was also a shoe pouch. And as for the bat... Oh no! It wasn't here! What is happening? Why is it not there? What do you mean? What do you mean the bat isn't there? What does that mean? What does that mean? When I explain Mion and then it has weird behavior, I'm so confused. Why is it? I was like, okay. It's probably gonna be in there. It's all gonna be fine. If it wasn't in there, it'd be hella confusing because that would mean it wasn't a dream, it wasn't an illusion, but what? What does this mean? And explain his friends going almost psycho and taking him to a place he didn't want to go to. Yeah? I'm piecing this together in my notebook. Take notes, guys. We need to piece this together. We need to use all of our brain cells to solve this puzzle. Holy. Also, hello, Kame. Hope you're doing good. Let me shout you out. And as for the bat, it wasn't here. It was how I left it when I took the bat out. There was no doubt. Yesterday really happened. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved. But at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was, and that was evidence of a reality I found just as difficult to accept. I mean, to know for sure, we would have to go to the forest to see if there is a human-shaped hole, right? Where we buried his body. That would confirm that someone was buried there and left. Lovely to see you. Happy Friday. Right. Happy Friday. Oh my god. I felt so happy going home today. I was like, oh my god, is this what it feels like to have a weekend? Oh, I was overjoyed to be sitting in my car with like 2 degrees Celsius, freezing my ass off, but it was so good because it is Friday. I don't have much brain cell to offer. It's okay. I'll take the crumbs, the brain cell crumbs. The uncle right now isn't the uncle. Probably not. Probably similar situation to what happened to Mion. Same here. It is such a different feeling to have a weekend. After 3 weeks of vacation, I don't know, I got accustomed to it, and then this week went by, and I'm like, oh, I already could use another vacation. Like, this sucks. I don't like going to work, and then the weekend comes around, I'm like, oh my god, this is the best feeling ever. The euphoria I felt. Ready to sleep for 2 days straight, yeah! I really hope my Steam Deck arrives soon. I don't think it's gonna arrive by tomorrow, unfortunately. I wish it would, because that would mean I could laze around all weekend in bed playing on my Steam Deck, but it's gonna take a bit, I think. Rishi mentioned that the uncle left and didn't go home. What the fuck does that mean? True! Yeah, that did happen. Maybe he just... Okay. So what if there's like a limited number of demons? So we know that Takano was probably also possessed by something? Assuming that she was the one who burned it to a crisp up in the mountains. Maybe that demon left her body because, well, it's burnt now. And ended up going... to take over Teppei's body. I don't know. I feel like I sound crazy. You take what I'm saying out of context and I'm gonna sound like a lunatic. Need a vacation for vacation. Exactly. I need vacation after my vacation to catch up. Has it already shipped? I mean, when I ordered it, it said 3 to 5 days. Maybe that's like for shipping. Maybe it's gonna ship in 3 to 5 days, which would mean maybe by next weekend I have it. Maybe? Maybe? We'll see. I haven't checked actually. I might do that after stream. I hope so. Me too. I wanna laze around. There was noise, somehow creeping into everything I saw, and the world was losing a tiny bit of color. So, what did I know about last night now? Now that I'd made sure the bat wasn't there, I didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? For real, to the hospital. You should go to the forest. You're gonna die anyway, buddy. Oh, I guess we're going to the hospital. I mean, that also gives us the opportunity to see if Takano is there. And if she is, then we can talk to her. But I don't think she will be. My notebook on this and Umineko to figure them out make me look like a lunatic. Alright, you've been also watching Sora play it, right? So, yeah, I think she was also playing Umineko. I think she mentioned that at one point. So, my goodness, you're trying to wrap your head around this. I didn't think you actually had a notebook. I don't know why I underestimated you. Of course you do. You need to share your notes with me. Please share your notes with the fellow floofs. Share your notes with the class. We all need to understand. I think mine took a weekish, but I'm on the opposite side of the country from my distribution center. Oh, It depends on what they ship it with. If they ship it with DHL, then it should be very quickly. It was my first time going to the hospital, but from what I'd heard, it wasn't far from school. My mom had told me where it was. A big, easy-to-see road went straight there. I went past the shopping street, made a turn. It wasn't overly hard to spot the sign with idiot clinic written on it. There was one other person, an older man, there in the air-conditioned waiting room. What kind of hospital is this? That is so nice. You go to the hospital here and it's like overflowing with people. But then again, we also don't have a countryside hospital. Times I've received DHL packages, it's been like black magic. They're actually really good. UPS actually meant to deliver a package today. They did not ring the doorbell. They meant to deliver it by 5 p.m. The door did not ring. I just realized that they did not deliver the fucking package. They said they would. It's in the Netherlands. Yeah, it should be very fast. Confirmation for an order from Japan on Friday, and it was at my house the next Monday? What? That is speedy. Holy. I have about 12 pages of Umineko notes on dialogue, deaths, and truths, and 5 for Higurashi. One of them is just figuring out if Shion and Mion are the same person. Oh boy. I feel like I should know from having watched the anime 10 years ago, but I don't remember. I don't remember at all. They can't be, right? Everyone was referring to them as 2 different people. They appear at the same time. I really would love to see your notes, though. Maybe not on Umineko, not yet. Green and red thing looks like Screaming Kermit. Oh my god, I saw it the second you said it. It looked like a... what is it called in English? Everyone that was raised in Germany probably knows Schnappi. Schnappi, das kleine Krokodil. Basically, Schnappi, the small crocodile. Hello, Sagi! Welcome! Thank you for the hydrates. Let me shout you out. Thank you for the hydrate. I hope you're doing good. I do not have a lot of water left. I need to refill during next ad break. Oh, Snappy! Oh, it's literally just called Snappy. Yeah, it kind of looks like Snappy. I don't know, Shmuppy? Yeah, wait. Let me show you. Snappy is cute. They had I also had this little Snappy game. What was it called? Ooh, it was like a little crocodile that had like teeth, and you would have to click or like push down one of the teeth. And if you had the wrong one, it would literally bite down on your hands and it would hurt like crazy because it was hard plastic. Coco Doc? Oh my god, yes it is. It is that. I thought it was Schnappy. I thought it was Schnappy this whole time. Wait, it's something entirely different. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, let me... First off. So this is, Croco Doc. And then, let me show you a picture of Schnappy. I always thought it was the same thing. Oh my god, why do all the Schnappy images lead me back to fucking Spotify? Excuse me? Here comes German Wikipedia. Enjoy. Yeah, he's called Snappy, the little crocodile. I don't know how we even got to this conversation, I'm sorry. This little thing over here, on the counter reminds me of Coco duck. I went up to the counter and told them it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock and said there would be a short wait. It was almost 5. Clinic hours would be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, isolated from everyone, and let myself feel the cool air, I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? I could tell him I had a cold, but I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. Can you check if I'm crazy? Isn't the doctor... It's idiot. You could just tell him what happened, I feel like. I feel like he would understand. He'd be like, yeah, I was crazy once too, buddy. I only heard that damn song as a child during camp. Did not know it looked like that. Oh, I knew he looked like that. My parents actually threw me... I wouldn't say like a Schnappy-themed birthday party, but we had a lot of Schnappy themes. Or Snappy, I guess. Sorry. Hope you're well. I'm good. Hope you're also doing good. I had my first week of work this week, which was a little exhausting, but I'm good. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not. Of course, he's here. Who else would it be? Keiichi Maebara-san? Please come into the examination room. Huh? The voice from the other side of the examination curtain. I thought I'd heard it somewhere before. Does he not know that idiot is the doctor? It literally says so outside.
Konnichiwa.
Oh my god, he looks so different. With his coat on and everything. Give me 1 sec. I need to check this out in the... in the OG. Oh yeah, here we go. Look at that. With the sleeves rolled up. That is sanitary. Why wear gloves when you can just roll up your sleeves all the way to your upper arms and just have your whole arm be contaminated? Hello, this is the first time we've seen each other here.
監督
Coach!
監督ってお医者さんだったんですか
Okay, hear me out here, guys. But his outfit right here kind of looks like a VTuber's outfit. Wait, let me switch my model so you know what I mean. Oh, I still have the Christmas, Can I take... Release me from my Christmas hat. Okay, but like... I have a vest with like a shirt underneath. Very dark colors. I also have like a necktie thing. And it looks like in this specific image, it looks like he's wearing a skirt, which... Okay, like, are we kind of matching? Do we not kind of look the same? The girl's going nuts. I suspect that EDA is not gonna let Keiichi out of the hospital alive. Oh no, I think we're gonna be fine. I don't think he's gonna go nuts. I think it's just the girlies. I trust him. I trust the creep. Life transformation. Yeah! Merry Christmas! Life transformation! I haven't used this in a while. I guess I can just use this for the rest of the stream. Ooh. Oh, I can also, yeah, actually wear my glasses. I look so different without them. There we go. Different spooky for the rest of the stream, I guess. He isn't wearing a short skirt. Not yet. Not yet. Or he might be. Just can't see the skirt in the frame. Exactly. He's actually wearing a skirt. You just don't see it, guys. Trust. Coach, you were a doctor? Now that you mention it, he did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. It would make sense if he was actually a doctor. Come to think of it, our teacher called him Irie-sensei, didn't she?
一応お医者さんなんかやっています
Well, yes, I'm more or less a doctor here. What does that mean? More or less. I guess I could be considered a doctor. What does he look like? Oh my god, no. Oh no, his face. this art style I do not like. I'm sorry, but they did not do him justice here. He looks even creepier than he already is. This is peak. Peak idiot.
お医者さんはいいですよ。
Doctors have it really good, you know.
若いすべすべなお肌を見放題の触り放題。
Okay, listen. I didn't think he would get super creepy in a matter of like 1 minute that he's on screen. You get to see and touch all that young, silky, smooth skin. Okay, absolutely creepy as hell, dude. Get out of here.
怪しいお注射で自由を奪って私だけの専属メイドに。
I could seal their agency with a suspicious injection and have them be my personal maids. What the
あ
fuck?
りがとうございました。
Get out. Someone get the fucking police in here. Be glad it's the 80s. Yeah, oh my god. This would not fly. It shouldn't even fly in the 80s. Someone get Oishi in here. I don't know. Someone needs to record this guy and report him. One way to put it. Thank you very
今のを
much.
見てただけで風邪が治りました。
To see that made my cold go
失
away.
礼します。
I'm believing
ペ
now.
コリ。
Polite bow. Bye.
うわ
Bye bye.
あった
Whoa, wait.
前原さん。冗談です。
A joke. It was a joke. A very, very, very bad one.
さささ座って診察させてください。
Inappropriate one. I'm doing a 180. I'm leaving. Oh, this guy. I forgot how creepy he was. I'm sorry. I knew that he was a creep, okay? But I forgot to what extent. I did miss it. He can leave again. No. Don't need him on screen anymore. I'm good. I've had my fill. I've had my fill of him. How? I have bad memory, okay? Sometimes I forget how bad the characters can get, okay? I'm always in shock every time Keiichi says some really weird shit, okay? And then I'm reminded by how weird the characters are in here. I keep saying he's bad news. Yeah, I know. Come, sit down and let me look at you. Let me take a look
聴
at
診
you.
器を当てますから前原さんのすべすべのお胸を見せてください。
I need to use my stethoscope, so show me your silky smooth chest, my brother. For some reason, I felt really relieved. Oh, why? Don't enable this guy. After that insane night, as much as I thought everything had gone crazy, Coach was here doing the same thing he always did. I was very happy for that. No! You should not be happy about this!
風邪ではないようですね。
You don't seem to have a cold.
むしろ全身の擦り傷や切り傷の方が痛々しいくらいです。
Actually, those scrapes and cuts all over you seem to be the painful thing. Okay.
ひょっとして半袖半ズボンで藪の中に入って遊びましたか？
So this is pretty much 100% confirmation that we did kill her uncle. Don't tell me you were playing in the bushes with short sleeves and shorts.
切り傷から破傷風菌が入った可能性もないとは言えませんし。
I mean, I can't say for sure you haven't been infected with tetanus. Okay, I'm gonna say this, not because I think it's necessarily true, but because it came into my mind, and I keep dismissing these like super crazy thoughts. But this is Higurashi. Super crazy thoughts could be, you know, reality. What if this isn't the first time they have tried to kill the uncle? And he just keeps getting, not revived necessarily, but taken or being possessed by demons, so he can't necessarily die again? What if Satoshi tried to kill them both? But it just didn't work out. Because Rena and Mion said some pretty weird stuff in the classroom, which made it sound like he isn't meant to die? Maybe this wasn't the first time this happened? I'm gonna say that he doesn't hear a heartbeat. Oh, what? That would be so lovely. Now we're also dead. As I was chasing that man last night, I kept being scraped by bits of trees. I didn't realize I had so many cuts.
昨日のお祭りではしゃぎすぎましたね。
You went a little too crazy at the festival yesterday.
若いというのはいいことです。
Enjoy that while you're young. And once again, I apparently went to the festival. And we're going into ad break because there's an ad break coming right now. I can't believe another hour has passed. Where is time going? Okay, I'm gonna refill my water because I am out. So I will cover up the creepy guy. Feel free to ignore him. I will be right back. Okay, hello. Hello, hello. I made it back. I'm alive. I got water. No more water. Question here is, does Irie know Keiichi was at the festival, or is he guessing that he went there? Guessing that Irie also lives in Hinamizawa, I would assume he was also there. Possibly saw him? But I guess we'll see. Thinking back to the part where Keiichi was going home on the motorbike and Fox returning from the festival not paying any attention to Keiichi, it makes sense that they wouldn't, but it kind of adds up onto the weirdness. He explained it in a way where it made sense for them not to notice him, but it does add on to the weirdness depending on what context you give it, right? With this context that we have now, it does seem odd. It didn't seem odd at the time, but now? Yeah, you're right. It does seem a little weird. Once again, I apparently went to the festival.
監督も行ったんですよね。
Coach, did you go too?
お祭り。
To the festival?
え
Yes,
え、もちろんですよ。
of course I did.
私こう見えても綿流しの実行委員会の役員ですからね。
I may be a doctor, but I'm also on the Watanagashi Executive Committee.
俺に会いましたか？
Did you see me there? This coach was the same coach that I'd always known, and I felt like I could trust him more than my weird friends. So I asked.
実は私、本部テントでずっと会長さんたちとお酒を飲んでたんで、全然お祭りは見て回ってないんですよ。
Oh. Oh. Huh. Keiichi has a point. Maybe they told us that we went, but we didn't actually. There was actually no other Keiichi, so to say. That makes sense. They're going a little crazy. It's like they're trying to make this whole thing disappear, like it never happened in the first place. So them telling us that we went to the festival to confuse us, to make us think that it was all a bad dream, makes sense. Satoko wasn't there. She can't tell us if we were actually there. But that would mean that Rena and Mion, definitely, the crazy ones, would lie to us. Rika apparently too. But now we can't ask him because he never saw us, probably. Well, actually, I was drinking in the main tent with the chairman and the others the whole time. I didn't go out to see the festival at all.
前原さんには会ってないと思います。
I don't think I saw you.
そうですか。
Oh,
変わった質問をしましたね。
that was a strange
ひ
question.
ょっとして今日、寝不足ですか？
Perhaps you didn't sleep well last night?
いけませんよ。成長期はよく食べよく寝て育つんですから。
I like how he's the only person to call us out on weird questions. Our friends are all like, yeah, this is just Keiichi. You can't do that. You have to sleep and eat well to grow up fine. Coach let out a laugh. He didn't laugh in an unnatural way like Mion and Rena did. Coach was okay. He was the coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from this abnormal world.
こんな話、きっと変だと思うんですけど、
Well, this all might seem a little weird to you, but
笑わないで聞いてほしいんです。
I want you to hear me out without laughing.
ねえ、どうぞ。
Yes, go ahead.
思春期のシャイな悩み、大いに歓
Oh
迎
my
ですよ。
god, shut up, shut up. I greatly welcome any shy, bashful worries you might have as you come into puberty.
俺と瓜二つな人間がいるなんてありえますか？
Could it be possible that I have an identical twin? Coach hadn't expected that question at all and couldn't say anything for a moment. But then he smiled calmly and quietly answered.
迷信ですが、世界には自分と全く同じ顔をした人があと2人いるなんて話を聞いたことがありますね。
This is just superstition, but I've heard before that everyone has two other people in the world who look just like them.
いるならぜひお会いしてみたいものですが。
If there was, I'd certainly like to meet him though.
あと、おとぎ話にも自分の分身が登場する話がいろいろありますよ。
They're probably lying to me. I think that's the easiest explanation. They're just lying. There are plenty of fairy tales where a person's double
ドイ
appears.
ツのおとぎ話に出てくるドッペルのお化けなどは有名です。
The German ones about doppelganger are probably the most famous.
ドッペルのお化け。
Doppelganger?
ええ、
Yes.
自分の姿に瓜二つなんだそうです。
They look exactly like another person.
不幸の前触れなんだそうで、これにあってしまうと近いうちに死んでしまうみたいな話らしいですよ。
Apparently, they herald misfortune, and if you meet one, you're sure to die soon. I think that's how it went. When you meet them, you're sure to die soon. Well, isn't that lovely? Ah, that is so refreshing to know that we're probably gonna meet our doppelganger, and we're gonna die. No! Not what I wanted to hear! He's supposed to reassure me for all it's worth, you know? Yeti immediately questioned Keiichi. The girls are probably, like you said, making Keiichi go mental. And again, Satoko being in on it or not makes no sense. I mean, she wasn't there, so she can't argue about... so she can't say if Keiichi was actually at the festival. Can you... Oh, yes, sure. He said, about the doppelganger. They look like another person, apparently. They herald misfortune, and if you meet one, you're sure to die soon. So, kind of a premonition to what might happen to us. The story ended directly in death, plain and simple, and it made my spine tingle. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me, though. He was just offering a casual anecdote, but that made it feel all the more real.
そのお化けがひなみ沢に出るなんて話はありますか？
You do not want to ask about Hinamizawa folklore, buddy. Believe me, you will not like what you're about to hear. Have you ever heard of one of those things showing up in Hinamizawa?
ええ
What?
さてどうでしょ
Well, I can't say that I have.
う
You don't have to laugh at me. Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed in an exaggerated way. But when I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter.
すみません。ちょっと真面目な話のつもりだったんで。
I'm sorry, well, I was sort of being serious.
いえ、こっちこそ笑ってすみませんでした。
Why is it the creepy guy that we can rely on this chapter? Why can't it be someone normal? No, I apologize for laughing.
何か気になることでもおありですか？
Was there something you were worried about? I wondered if I should tell him. Then, after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke.
俺、昨日はお祭りに行っていないんです。
I didn't go to the festival yesterday.
そうでしたか。
Is that right?
お祭りは来年もあります。
Well, there will be one next year.
その時また。
And then you can...
そうじゃなくて、
That's not what I meant.
俺は祭りに行っていないのに、みんなが言うには、俺は祭りにいたらしいんですよ。
I didn't go to the festival, but according to everyone else, I was there.
こんなことってあるんですか？
Could that even be possible? This is getting serious now. Also, I just want to mention that this little black stain on, I guess, the hospital bed, it kind of looks like an eye, and I'm creeped out by it. It is looking at me. Might be creepy, but at least for now, he's the most level-headed person. But like, that doesn't excuse that he's an absolute creep, man. He should still be locked up. Also, some high standards in this game? Yeah. I can't think of a single normal person, except for his parents, maybe. But we don't... No, actually, I lied. His dad, lunatic. His mother, maybe. Maybe normal. Maybe the only normal person in this entire game. He's not fucking with Keiichi right now. I know, but I don't like him. I will accept his presence for the time being, but I do want to see him locked up by the end of all of this. After blinking his eyes in amazement, Coach thought seriously about what I was trying to say. And he answered, choosing his words carefully.
お話を整理しますね。
Let me make sure I have this straight.
つまり前原くんは綿流しのお祭りに行ったけど、その記憶がないということですか？
I didn't go, I guess. Maibara-kun, you went to the Watanagashi festival but don't remember it. Am I right? I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to that conclusion. That night, Keiichi Maibara was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there had failed me. But that was absolutely impossible. That vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't possibly have been an illusion. You think he would call the police on us if we told him we killed Teppei? I don't know, I kind of feel like he would understand. All these scrapes on my body prove it, as does the fact that the bat wasn't in the locker.
いえ、違うんです、監督。
No, that's not it, coach.
俺は本当に祭りに行っていないんです。
I really didn't go to the festival.
気を悪くしないでくださいよ、前原さん。
Please don't take offense, Maibara-san.
前原さんにはこれまでに気づいたら見知らぬ場所にいたとか、そういう記憶の欠落を経験されたことがありま
What
す。
is he trying to imply? What is he trying to imply? Does that happen to you often? Do you just suddenly wake up in places you don't know? I was thinking the same. Dementia? Or like drug abuse? Dementia is very uncommon in young people. It is, I think, technically possible, but it is very uncommon. So I feel like he's more so implying like drug abuse. Unless he is implying dementia, which would be wild because it's such a low chance for someone of young age to get it, but yeah. Have you ever had an experience where you were suddenly somewhere unfamiliar and you couldn't remember
ない
why?
です。
No.
それに記憶を失ったとかそういうのじゃない。
And I didn't lose my memories or anything.
だってその祭りの時間には別の用事を確かにやっていましたから。
Because while the festival was going on, I was definitely doing something
寝
else.
てて意識がなかったとかそういうのじゃありません。
It wasn't like I was asleep and unconscious or anything.
その用事は間違いなく。
You're certain you were doing something else?
大変失礼ですが、何かの思い込みでなく。
I know I'm being awfully rude, but are you sure you're not mistaken?
間違いありません。
I know I'm not.
完全にはっきりとした記憶。いや事実です。
My memories are clear as day, and they were real. I mean, we have all the cuts and everything. That is proof enough.
お祭りの時間に神社にいなくて、よそで別の用事をしていた。
During the festival, you weren't at the shrine, and you were doing something somewhere else.
それをはっきりした形で証明できますか？
Can you definitely prove that? I mean, there's a body in the woods. Possibly, maybe, hopefully. That's right. Thinking it through brought me to this. There was only one way to prove that I really wasn't at the festival yesterday. And that was to show that there was no doubt I had killed her uncle. Coach saw me struggling to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. I guess they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just a weirdo sputtering nonsense. I mean, technically, not only the bat would be missing, but also the motorbike, if it's not outside anymore. That would also imply that we indeed did throw it into the lake.
少し横になりましょうか。
Would you like to lay down? Are you good?
心を落ち着けて楽にしましょう。
Maybe you should relax and take it easy for a bit.
別に横になりに来たわけじゃありません。
Yeah, he's not the right person to ask for this. He's a doctor. He probably doesn't believe in all of that folklore stuff. All of the scary, creepy stories from Hinamizawa. So I feel like the only person, ironically, to ask about all of this would be Oishi, but I don't think he would like to talk to us.
遠
Sorry,
慮します。
I didn't really come here to lay down.
少し神経に高ぶりがあるようです。
You seem a little worked up.
鎮静剤を注射して少し目をつむってみませんか？
Why don't I give you a sedative that'll let you sleep for a bit? Excuse me? No?
それで
That way,
俺は異常者じゃない。
I'm not being strange. I realized Coach was treating me like a deviant, so I raised my voice.
気に障ったなら謝ります。
That is weird as hell. Why would you give me a sedative to put me to sleep? What am I? That was a little strange to say, but that... What? That is a little bit of an overreaction. I apologize if I've offended you.
ですからどうか落ち着いて。
So please, calm down.
俺は絶対に祭りには行っていない。
I definitely didn't go to the
そ
festival.
れは本当に間違いないんです。
That's the truth. Okay, I feel like we definitely can't tell him we killed Teppei. That would not end well. If he's reacting like this to us telling him we didn't go to the festival and people are telling us that we did go,
分かってます。
I understand.
分かってますから、どうか落ち着いて深呼吸を。
I understand, so please calm down and take a deep breath.
あんたは全然分かっていない。
No, you don't understand at all. Coach was stunned and stared in stupefaction.
分かっていますよ、前原さん。
I do understand, Maibara-san.
あなたは昨日はお祭りに来なかった。
You didn't go to the festival yesterday.
そうですよね。
Is that right?
私は信じます。
I believe you.
信じますよ。
I believe you. Coach jotted down a brief note in his records. Oh no. He was writing it in German? So that his patient wouldn't know what it said, excuse me, in German? First of all, he knows German? Why? Is idiot German? And also, why does Keiichi recognize that it is German? Excuse me? Guten Tag, idiot. Guten Tag. But I can make a good guess as to what he wrote. You can.
あの時間に何をしていたか全部話さないと信じませんか。
You won't believe me until I tell you everything I was doing at the time, will you?
いいえ、信じますから。
No, I believe you.
どうか座ってください。
Please sit down. He's gonna tell us that Satoshi told him the same thing. Right? This is all circling back to Satoshi in some way or another. Before I sat, I tilted my head back a little. The blood in my face all drained out and I quieted down. After taking a deep breath, I made sure that I was calm now.
俺が祭りの会場にいることはありえない。
It would have been impossible for me to be at the festival.
なぜならその時間に俺は
Because at the time I was... Should I tell him or not? I don't know, man. I have no idea if this is a good idea. I really didn't want to go on living like this, feeling this horrible. And I said them, the final, fatal words.
聡子の王子を殺していたからです。
Because I was killing Satoko's uncle at the time. I could smell the concrete in the room. I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us time hadn't stopped. With his mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a little while. He's in shock. He doesn't know how to react to this.
あなたが聡子ちゃんのおじさんを。
You killed Satoko-chan's uncle? Yeah. It's fine now, Keiichi Maibara. Don't hesitate. Admit it with all your strength.
はい、
Yes.
俺が昨日の夜
Last night, I did it.
殺しました。
I killed him. I spoke clearly and fluidly. I could easily tell that Coach's mind had gone completely blank.
どうしてそんなことを。
Why would you... Why?
いえ、
No,
それは愚問ですね。
that was a foolish question. Okay, at least he realized it.
聡子を救う最も直接的な方法だと考えるに至り実行しました。
I believed it was the most direct method of saving Satoko, so I carried it out.
後悔はわずかもありません。
I don't have any regrets.
そうですか。
I see. He seems very happy about that. He's like, yeah, finally! Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit.
だから俺は祭りの会場にいるわけがないんです。
So I couldn't have been at the festival. I left the brightness of my house for the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes, made phone calls. I had my hands full, quite literally. And then I attacked him, killed him, and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to rain. There were no gaps in my memories. From the late afternoon until it started to rain, there was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival.
その体中の傷はその時に。
Yes. Those wounds, are they from that?
そうです。
Yes.
里子の家を少し行ったところに林道がありますよね。
There's a road through the forest near Satoko's house.
あそこで襲い逃げるあいつを追い町に至る一本道で殺すに至りました。
This is so wild. You cannot just tell this you cannot just describe the way you killed someone's uncle to someone like this. This is so strange. You sound so crazy right now. I attacked him there. He ran, but I chased him and finally killed him near the road that leads to town.
それは本当に。
Is that true? Killing her uncle, it wasn't some wild fantasy? I could tell that Coach didn't believe me, so I spoke slowly, not letting myself grow excited.
本当です。
It's true.
サトシのバットで殴り殺しました。
I killed him with Satoshi's bat.
そのバットはあいつが乗ってきたバイクと一緒に沼に捨てました。
I threw it and the uncle's motorbike into the swamp. This is... This is fine.
死体は
This is all
殺
good.
した場所に穴を掘り埋めました。
What are we doing? I dug a hole, killed him, and buried him. We're digging a hole for sure.
すべて自分が一人でやりました。
I did it all by myself.
さとこちゃんのおじはバイクで通りかかったんですね。
Satoko-chan's uncle drove past you on a motorbike, did he?
ではあなたはそれを期待して延々と待ち伏せを。
Then you predicted he'd do that and just waited?
あいつが家から出ないことは想定していました。
I assumed he wouldn't be leaving his house that day.
だから電話で適当な嘘を喋ってあいつが出かけるように仕向けました。
So I lied to him over the phone to get him out.
電話で呼び出した。
You called him?
でもあなたの家とさとこちゃんの家は離れています。
About that. We broke into the school. Or, well, we didn't necessarily break in. We just kind of snuck in, rather? But your house is so far away from Satoko-chan's.
電話をしてからではとても待ち伏せに間に合わないのでは。
I wouldn't think you'd be able to make it there so soon after calling him. Didn't he also take like an awfully long time to actually get on his bike and drive? I feel like Keiichi could have easily gone home, made the call, and still made it in time because Buddy took a long time.
襲撃予定場所から最も近い電話として学校の電話を使いました。
I used the phone closer to where I was going to attack him, the one at school.
でも前原さん、
But Maibara-san,
当日は日曜日です。
it was Sunday.
学校には施錠がされていて入れないのでは。
Wouldn't the school have been locked up?
偶然その時営林署の人が中に出入りしたんです。
A forest ranger happened to go inside for a
そ
bit.
の隙に入りました。
I slipped in when I had the chance. After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account.
信じましょう。
I'll believe you. You'll believe me until I tell you that apparently he's alive?
あなたが昨日したことは夢とは思えない。
What you did yesterday doesn't seem like a dream. I explained everything, including minor details that only someone who had actually committed the act could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient coincidences or too convenient details that would have existed in a daydream or a delusion, and finally seemed to want to believe me.
これでもまだ俺が記憶をなくして祭り会場に行ったと思いますか？
So, do you still think I went to the festival and lost my memory? Coach slowly shook his head.
でも クラスのみんなが昨日確かに俺が祭りにいたと言います。
I mean, technically, it was also people that are not usually affected by the curse. People like, well, Rika for starters, and then Tomita and Okamura-kun. Those both kids also stated that he was there, so it's not just Rena and Mion gaslighting us. Everyone in class, they said I was at the festival yesterday.
そんなことがありえるでしょうか。
Is that even possible?
あるわけがない。
No, it's not.
きっとクラスの皆さんはあなたによく似た誰かとあなたを見間違えたのでしょう。
Your classmates probably mistook you for someone who looked very similar.
それに集団心理が働いて皆さんはあなたがお祭りにいたと錯覚してしまっているに違いありません。
And given how group psychology works, everyone just assumed that you had been at the festival. I mean, how often does that happen? That someone who looks very similar to you just happens to walk by and everyone is like, oh yeah, that's definitely this one person that we're expecting here. Basically the whole room there, and the teacher didn't say anything specific. Yeah. So, I guess either everyone is gaslighting us because they're all in on it or something, or there really was like some sort of doppelganger. They couldn't have mistaken me. Mion and all the rest said they were spending time with Keiichi Maibara. It was much more than just having mistaken someone else for me. But saying that out loud would just confuse Coach. He spoke to me in whispered tones.
罪の意識はあるんですか？
Do you feel guilty at all? Not really, I don't think. It didn't sound like he was criticizing me. And even if he had, I would have flatly said the same thing.
ありません。
I don't.
あいつのいなかった平穏な時間を取り戻すために行いました。
I did it so that I could return the peaceful days that he'd stolen from us.
だから俺はあいつを殺したことなんかさっさと忘れてこれまで通りに生活するつもりです。
So I plan to forget all about having killed him and live my life as usual. But he's not dead!
あいつが現れる前、サトコがいつも見せてくれたあの笑顔が戻った時、
Right?
ようやく全ては終わります。
When Satoko's regular smile returns, the one from before he showed up, everything will finally be over.
犯行を誰かに目撃されたということは？
Any chance that someone witnessed the crime?
ないと思います。
I don't think so.
目撃されてればもうとっくに逮捕されてるでしょうから。
If someone had seen me, I would have been arrested already.
私は医者です。
This is a very unfortunate thing to tell a doctor. This is not good. Why are we dragging this guy down with us? I mean, he's an ass. He's a creep, but I don't know. He doesn't deserve to go to jail for lying for us. He deserves to go to jail for something else. I'm a
人
doctor.
の命を救う職にあります。
My job is to save lives.
だから私から人間の命を奪うことを肯定する旨の発言はできません。
So I cannot make any statements to the effect of condoning the taking of another's life.
だから私はあなたにこう言います。
So instead, I will say this. Okay, I did not expect him to come so close. Hello. Hello. Or she would be on Keiichi if you knew about it. 100%, yeah. Coach slowly rose and placed a hand on my shoulder.
さとこちゃんを救ってくれてありがとう。
For saving Satoko-chan, I thank you. The thing is, he's apparently still alive? So now we have to tell Idiot, by the way, he seems to still be alive and, you know, doing absolutely perfectly fine. So, yeah. Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears. When I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. Man, this is very sweet. I didn't know what I was crying for, and so for a little while, the two men in the room fought back their tears. You should cry! Let them out!
でも おかしいんです。
But it's strange.
おかしいとは。
What is?
確かに殺したはずなのに、あの男は生きて家に帰ったらしいんです。
I'm sure I killed him, and yet he seems to have returned home alive. Coach's expression immediately sharpened.
状況にもよりますが、気絶や仮死状態など、素人が見ると死んだようにしか見えない状態もいくつかあります。
Depending on the situation, there are many ways that mere unconsciousness can look like real death to a layperson. I mean, we also buried him like knee deep in the ground. Unless he dug his way out of there. That would be insane. He didn't check if he was actually dead. He buried him and he would not look the same, right? There would be... Oh my god, we just have to go and see for ourselves. We just have to look at the guy.
その可能性は？
Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out? It hit me really hard, the fact that this little boy had bloodied his hands just to have a normal childhood with his friends. That's too much. Yeah, I said this before. These are all just kids. The fact that they have to go to these lengths to make another person have a normal life, to have them be happy to a degree, as much as they can, right? Because, you know, there's still all of the circumstances of what happened in the past. To have to go through all of that, to actually have the courage to murder someone, go through with all of what happened, only to find out that apparently all of the emotional trauma that you went through was for nothing because the guy is still out there. And all of that you went through for your friend, all of it was for nothing. This is so sad. And this isn't even the end. It's only gonna get worse. This is only the beginning, I feel. This is only the beginning. Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out?
脈を取ったわけではありませんが、確実に仕留めたと思います。
I didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in. I really wish that he would have checked for the pulse, but then again, you just killed someone with a metal bat. You're gonna be happy that you go out of there without throwing up all over the place. You know that Arena and were planning to kill Keiichi? Possibly, yeah. Did seem like it would have ended the same way it did in chapter 1, except that this time we did not have a bat. Didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in.
前原さんが襲った時の状況を再現してもらってもいいですか？
Can I ask you to reproduce the situation in which you attacked him, Maebara-san? Possibly. Listen, I trust that they were just, you know, gonna have a lovely time digging for treasure. I don't know what you mean. They would never kill me. They're my friends. They're my friends. This is a friendship slice of life visual novel. I don't know what you mean. I know we're joking about the whole friendship part of this, but it really is. Higurashi is all about friendships. The main theme of this, arguably, is friendships. Coach rolled up a Health and Fitness Week poster nearby and offered it to me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost to the emotions of a beast that night, I remembered in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angles I had swung from, and the force I had applied. I'm shocked that he can remember and recount the story, basically. In detail as well. I mean, it is a traumatic experience, so I guess it would burn itself into your mind. And ironically true. Facts! Yeah, wins! I don't understand why Rena and Mian and possibly the others acted the way they did. I'm not sure I can 100% understand why they did. I'm still convinced that it's some kind of possession thing and it's not actually what they want to do, obviously. I don't know if I can make well-educated guesses on what is actually going on here and why everything seems to go out of control, especially for those two particularly. And also why they somehow sometimes seem to be able to regain control and sometimes they can't. This all reminds me of the last arc where we had Mion. Oh, as she was about to torture Keiichi by putting nails through his fingers. They had this whole moment of Keiichi telling her that she was still his friend and that no matter what happens, she will always be Mion and everything. And that stuck so hard. I mean, that one really hurt. That dialogue really, ouch, that hurt a lot. And I don't know, it was then that I felt like the demon possession thing is really, really complicated. And I don't feel like I completely understand it. The words of Sora from Kingdom Hearts, my friends are my power. Aww. See, guys, friendship is really the most important thing. Yeah, I realize that I really like games that are all centered around, like, either found family, which are basically, like, really close friendships, or just, you know, friendships. Like, I really like Omori, for example, which is also all about friendship. And I really, really like Higurashi, which is all about friendship. I really love friendship stories. Using Coach as a stand-in for the uncle, I reproduced them over, one by one.
そしてあいつが足を取られてよろめいた時、脳天にこう叩きつけました。
And when he tripped and fell, I bashed him in the top of the head like
その
this.
時これまでとは違った手応えがありました。
When I did, it felt a little different from the other strikes.
頭蓋骨が割れたんだと思いました。
I thought I cracked his skull. Coach was calmly analyzing this information using the places I'd struck and the situation at hand to find out what state the uncle's body had been in.
そして死んだかどうか自信が持てなかったので、倒れた後も何度か殴りつけました。
I really hope no one is eavesdropping. I wasn't totally sure he was dead, so I hit him a few more times after he fell.
その時の反応は
Did he react at all?
初めは殴るたびに体が跳ねるような感じがありましたが、
Ugh.
やがてそれもなくなり、何の反応もなくなりました。
At first, I sort of felt his body jolting with every hit. Oh my god, but eventually that stopped too. And he didn't react at all. This is a kid recounting it. This is messed up.
うーん
Coach folded his arms and said, a few times. And then he spoke.
死んでいます。
He's dead.
ほぼ間違いなく。
There's not much doubt about it.
それは仮死状態ではなく、
He didn't just look like he was?
前原さんの話からだけではなかなか判断がつきませんが、ほぼ確実だと思います。
I can't say very much from just your story, Maebara-san, but I think it's almost certain.
それに前原さんは死体を泥の中に埋め、結構な時間をかけて埋めていますよね。
It's a good chance that Rena and or Mion are stalking Keiichi. I mean, that's basically what at least Rena mostly did in the first arc. It was basically confirmed that she was stalking him the entire time. There was this one particular scene. What was it again? I think it was a time where Rena knocked on his door with some dinner because presumably he hadn't eaten anything because his parents were out of town. And he said that he was going to eat ramen. And, or he didn't, I didn't think he said ramen. He said that he was gonna make food. And then she was like, oh, are you gonna eat ramen? This specific flavor. And then we got like a little flashback or like a tip, I think it was, where we saw Keiichi going to the store with his parents, buying the ramen, and him noticing that Irena was stalking him the entire time. She was there following him around the entire time. I'm actually not sure if he was like actually being stalked by her, or if it was more like a presence, like she was there in presence. It is very confusing to even recount what was going on in that chapter, but I hope I did explain okay enough. Basically confirmed that at least Rena was stalking him, and all of the townspeople of Hinamizawa basically had their eyes everywhere and would basically trade information, so at all times they knew where he was and what he was doing. So it is very likely that they are doing it again. Besides, you buried the corpse in the mud, and that took you quite a bit of time, right?
仮に30分で埋めたとして、
Let's say it took you 30 minutes.
その男は30分間も泥水に沈められていたことになります。
That would mean he was buried under the muddy water for those 30 minutes.
それだけの時間、呼吸が止められたら確実に脳死します。
If you don't breathe for that long, your brain will die no matter what.
殴った強さ以前に埋める過程で確実に絶命したと。
You mean, even ignoring how hard I hit him, he would definitely have died while I was burying him?
そういうことです。
That's right.
30分間泥に埋められていて生きていられる人などありえません。
It's impossible to stay alive buried underground for 30 minutes.
ありえないですよね。
Impossible. You're right.
でも
But,
聡子は生きてると。
Satoko, she says he's alive. Coach, a doctor, just gave his stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he could still be among the living.
前原さん、これはとても恐ろしい想像なのですが、
Maibara-san, this is a really horrible idea, but
前原さんが殺した相手が叔父でなく別人である可能性は。
oh my god, that just gave me the that gave me chills like crazy. Oh my god, that sentence cued with the music. Oh, it is cold in here. Oh my goodness. I cannot deal with sounds like that coming out of nowhere with a very eerie sentence following that. They time it so well. Oh my god. And now it has something for Keiichi to some higher degree than the others. Yeah, that was also hinted at during the first chapter, I feel. Well, I didn't even consider this. This whole time, I didn't even consider that we could have killed... But it was him! Who else would it have been? Oh my god, don't tell me we killed someone who wasn't her uncle. That would be crazy! That would be insane! Or she said that the uncle left, but yeah, maybe he left to go somewhere else. He could have left to go like to a bar and drink beer, you know, get drunk, and come back late at night. Or he took a different path to the police station and he was arguing at the police something? Maybe not, because he would have known that he was at the police station. I don't know. Okay, keep reading. Mabara-san, this is a really horrible idea, but is it possible that the person you killed wasn't actually her uncle? Oh, indeed! He's right. That could be why. It cleared up the inconsistency of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive. I think... Could he have been that confused? He made sure it was him. He looked at his face and everything. We have not come across a figure that looks similar to the uncle. At least we don't know for certain. We don't have an image of the uncle, right? No, I don't think so. I don't think we've ever seen him. He knew after he fell down. Right. He said that it was him. Yeah, the voice too, and the motorbike. He recognized all of it. He said it was him. Unless he was delusional.
そんなはずはない。
There's no way.
だってほら、監督と一緒に聡子の家の前で酒瓶の袋を運んだ時、窓から顔を出した男がいたじゃないですか。
I mean, we were both at Satoko's house when she was bringing his alcohol inside, and there was a man who stuck his face out the window to look.
あいつですよね。
It was him, right?
聡子のお家は。
That was Satoko's uncle, right?
ええ、
Yes.
間違いありませんよ。
You're not wrong.
あの男です。
It was that man.
実はもう一人おじがいるなんてことは。
Could she have had more than one uncle or something?
聞いたことがありません。
Not one that I've ever heard of.
あの男だけです。
It's just him.
あいつの特徴を教えてもらえますか。
Could you tell me what he looked like?
まず身長がですね、
Well, his height first.
175、もう少しあるかもしれません。
He was about 175 centimeters, maybe a little taller. He's way taller than we had suspected him to be. What did they say? How much did he weigh? Like 80 kilograms? Dude is not overweight. Dude is perfectly fine. Dude is like perfectly fine. Are you what? He's the same height I suspected him to be. So, yeah, he's not as small as we thought he was. Is it all my height? Yeah, same. No. Hello, Yugi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I just pressed my wave button, but I can't wave with this model. I'm gonna wave with my body. Hello. He was about 175 centimeters, maybe a little taller. In order to eliminate the worst possibility that I'd killed someone else, Coach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like with what I told him the person I killed looked like. Isn't it just easier to go and check who is buried? But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were all exactly the same as the person I'd killed. 175 is almost my height too. I'm more like 170, I think. Last time I measured myself, I was like 173, but that was many years ago. Uncle size spooky, it's over. No, don't say that. No, I don't want to be compared to that disgusting man. Please, no. Compare me to anything else. But those traits were all extremely vague, and they weren't particularly distinct at a glance.
もっとこう絶対にあいつだと識別できる特徴はありませんか。
What the fuck? No! No, what up, Unk? What up, Owl? I will accept that. Not Unk. Mm-mm. Could you... Well, is there anything else about him that would let us identify him for sure?
そういえば、私は見たことありませんが、
Now that you mention it, I've never seen it, but...
聡子ちゃんが昔、背中に虎だかなんだかの入れ墨があるなんて言っていたような気がします。
Did we see a tattoo? I don't think so. Now that you mention it, I've never seen it, but I believe Satoko-chan once said a long time ago that he had a tattoo of a tiger or something on his back.
入れ墨。
A tattoo? That was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. Whoa! Shocker! Hop back into stream and the first word I hear is unk. No! You did not hear unk. That word does not exist. All you're hearing is owl. Tiger is kind of wild. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of the man's corpse, it would be proof I'd killed the right one. At the moment, though, there was one other thing that would verify this. To go to Satoko's house and see for myself the uncle that had returned home despite having died. But that was far more terrifying than digging up the body and looking at its back. I don't know. Is it? I feel like... No. Digging up a body after. Oh, no. Don't do that. That is so stupid. Do not go back to the crime scene. You do not go back to the crime scene. Erasing from memory. Memory. I'm gonna get one of those sticks that you hold up to people's faces. You press it and then it flashes and your memory goes poof. Yeah, it's the Tatarigoroshi chapter arc. Go back to the no. You do not go back to the fucking crime scene. That is so stupid. Either is terrifying, but I wonder what is safer for Keiichi to do right now because his friends are currently very murderous. To be honest, going into going alone into a dark forest in the middle of nowhere where you have killed someone, not a good idea. Going to a populated area of the village that you live in to check if someone is still alive by listening through the windows and shit, a better move, I would say. Men in Black time, exactly. Get out those suits, guys. Get out those suits. Also, just letting you know, there's an ad break in like 8 minutes. I can't fucking believe it's been another hour. What is going on? Why doesn't time flow this fast when I'm at work? Forest is like the safest place ever, especially when you're alone. Sure. Okay, I'll see you in the forest then, Jester. Let's meet up. Let's see how safe it really is. The place where Satoko is pretty isolated, right? I mean, I think he said that there's some people around. It is like near the edge, I guess, of the village, but there's people around there, definitely. Current law, time passes 5 times faster when you aren't working. True, though. So true. But I wouldn't be alone, see? Okay, you kind of have a point, I guess. You win this round, I guess. I have nothing to say to that anymore. Without even looking at the tattoo, I knew for sure the one I killed had been Satoko's uncle. I cracked his head open and killed him. And yet, he'd gone back home. Checkmate. Don't make me feel worse about losing this very much battle. There wasn't any misunderstanding or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind about having killed him. And yet, it was impossible for him to exist. Kind of like how Keiichi Maebara had been at the festival despite it being impossible. That small commonality made me feel as though a faint but bizarre force was permeating this insane Hinamizawa.
一体どういうことなのでしょう。
I wonder what on earth could have happened. Just let's go check on him!
前原さんはお祭りには行かず、さとこちゃんのおじさんを殺していたにもかかわらず、
Despite you not going to the festival and killing Satoko-chan's
お
uncle,
祭りにはあなたがいて、そして殺したはずのおじさんも生きている。
you were at the festival and the uncle you killed is alive.
何がなんだかさっぱりわからないです。
None of this makes any sense.
そうやって整理して言うと、まるで俺が悪い夢を見ていて、実は殺人なんて存在しなかったんじゃないかと思えてしまう。
When I look at everything that way, it's almost like I'm just having a nightmare and there's no killer at all.
でも事実なんです。
But it's the truth.
この手でバットでガツンガツンと殴ったあの感触は絶対に夢や幻なんかじゃないんです。
The sensation as I used my own hands and that bat to bash him again and again, it was no illusion or dream. He is absolutely traumatized now. He will never forget what he did. I think it's better for Idia to call in the others for a checkup and trying to verify their claims and match things up. You mean the uncle, for example? I feel like that's kind of crazy, calling out of the blue, asking for a checkup. I don't know, my doctor never calls me asking me to come over for a checkup. I wish he would. Coach let out a slow sigh, then after looking at the clock, got up.
ちょっとこの話、もう少し真剣にやりましょう。
Let's go over all this a little more
ちょっ
seriously.
と失礼して、 紅茶でも入れてきてあげます。
If you'll excuse me, I'll go put on some tea. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in like 4 minutes, so I think let's just take it right now since he's gonna apparently go make some tea, I guess. So, if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, feel free to do that right now. I I put away the almonds after the last ad break where I was gobbling them down as per usual, and now I kind of want to go get them back. Maybe I could find a healthier alternative to glazed. Is it glazed almonds? Roasted almonds? The ones glazed with the sugar, basically? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Hello! Remember how I said before the break that I would get something healthier? Well, I got chips. That's not just not healthier. They're just not healthier. But I've tried my best. Thank you, Neko! To say, during all this, it's been really enjoyable to go through the visual novel like this with you and the rest. It's so exciting. Aw, I'm very glad. I feel the same way. This is really, really exciting. Mostly because I don't remember a single thing, so I'm like really excited to get to know all of this, but also theorizing and just, I don't know, just having the wildest conversations about what is actually going on. It has been so much fun. I feel like when we play through this, there's gonna be a gaping hole left where Higurashi was. But it's okay. We'll have Umineko to fill the hole until that is over. But I think Umineko is like a lot longer. So I think we're gonna be at it for a while. We're gonna enjoy Rukishi's writing for a while longer. That's not healthy. I know. But they were looking at me. I had to. It's longer. Yeah, there's so many extra chapters. I think Tsaro, who I first saw playing it on stream, I think she took, how long did she take? Was it like a year or longer? I'm not sure. I feel like she took a really long time because there are so many extra chapters. Yeah, we have Umineko to go. Okay, now I don't want to say wrong stuff. Let me see. How long is Umineko? The question arcs alone are 61.5 hours in length. So you know me, so we're gonna double that at least. So that's just the question arcs. How long is Umineko full? Actually not too bad. Am I going crazy? Someone said that they had like 140 hours between the question and answer arcs, so yeah, we're gonna be at it for a bit. Both have 8 chapters, but isn't there like a bunch of extra ones? I know that Sorrow played through some like Valentine's Day or White Day chapters. Is that just extra funny little chapters, or are they actually important? I bought. Oh, they're not divided into separate Steam games on Steam. They're just question and answer arcs. Okay. Not a fan of the Higurashi side content and sequels. I feel like the original 8 chapters are the best. I can't say yet. Oh my god, I cannot scroll on Steam. Yeah, I have the 8, and then there's also Rei and Ho, which I know nothing about, so I guess we'll see. I'll probably just play them to complete them. But yeah, we'll see. Those are 8 divided into question and answer arcs. Okay. I thought it was longer, but maybe they're about the same length. Let me see what comes up when I look up. Higurashi visual novel length. Okay, so it's like actually roughly the same, I guess. So I am wrong. I guess it's roughly the same, so we'll have... I mean, we've been at Higurashi for like, what? Since September? So it's been a long time. It's been a long time, guys. It's been 4 months already. Right? Yeah, 4 months. Almost half a year. And we still have so much to go, so it'll be at least half a year on Higurashi alone. Higurashi's spin-off list is massive? Oh, you mean like outside of the visual novel? I plan to watch the anime at least. I know that there was one that was supposedly really good. And another one that was not as good. But yeah, I'll probably just watch all of it. I know the original first season of the anime, which I really liked personally. So yeah. 26, 26? Yeah, sure. 2006 anime is good. Yeah, I really liked it. It was really good. Let me just check something real quick before I continue reading. Okay. All good. Glad you liked it. Anime adaptation is good and it's so sad a lot of fans don't feel that way. I really liked it. It was one of my favorite horror animes of all time. It stuck with me for a really long time, and the music is so good. I love Higurashi. The anime, I loved it. And I love the visual novel even more, which is insane. And I think rewatching the anime after I finish the visual novel will be just peak. It will be so good. Very influential. Yeah, I agree. I don't think I can watch Higurashi after this, given how much more context there is in the VN. I feel like the anime is just so... not so different, but it focuses on other things. And I really like that you can see everyone like move, and it gives more character to the characters. So I personally think I will really enjoy it. Yeah. End of story. I will enjoy it. Dear You was so popular in that time. Oh yeah, Dear You is a song that I played like crazy on Us. So I love Dear You. I still love it. Anime can tell the story in a way the visual novel can't. Exactly. And I really appreciate that. It's just different. I don't know what to say. I like it for different reasons. It's really good. Not be mean, but in SARS, in your case, the ranting sprees are probably 35% of the hours spent to finish these VNs, so don't worry about it. Don't get scared at the long list of chapters. True though. We love to yap. I mean, that is what that's why we stream, isn't it? That is why we're here. It has its own thing to the point it's a good separate thing. Yeah. I agree. It's a different thing and I enjoy it for different reasons. So, yep. Yeah, the voice acting is good in the anime and it's also good in here. I think it's the same voice actors for the most part, so it was bound to be really good. But let's get the tea.
終わりの時間ですからね。
Clinic's about to close after
ジム
all.
の方とかも返してあげないと。
I need to let the other employees leave. Coach stood up and went out into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. I was at the festival and the uncle I'd killed was alive. Had I really committed murder yesterday? Well... no one else is gonna pull some shit. I didn't even consider that! The only whisper of a fact that proved it happened was the absence of that bat from Satoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad that Coach had taken my nonsense seriously. I just confessed to murder. Normally, that would frighten a person away. But Coach didn't run, he cried with me. I was glad he did. What if he calls the police, like right now? Like so, my tension smoothly melted away and I suddenly realized I had to urinate. I thought to use the restroom while Coach had stepped out. There was one across from the waiting room. What are we gonna see? As soon as I left the room, I saw Coach and 2 male doctors wearing white clothing standing in the shadows of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened in. It seemed like Coach was giving directions to the two doctors. Oh no!
紅茶ですね。
Black tea.
用意します。
I'll make some. Oh, are they gonna try and drug me?
睡眠導入剤を入れて種類は任せます。
Yep. They are going to drug me. Perfect. Mix in the sedative you think best for the occasion. Oh, lovely. What an ass.
味はミルクと砂糖でごまかしてください。
I knew we couldn't trust this fucker. Cover the taste with milk and sugar. I mean, I know I'm crazy.
不信感を抱く可能性もあります。
I know I just confessed to murder, but please. Spill the damn tea. How dare he? He may grow suspicious at the sudden onset of
興
drowsiness.
奮状態に陥って暴れ出す可能性。
It's possible he may get agitated and become violent. Oh, don't worry, he doesn't need that. He gets violent all on his own.
その場合は取り押さえましょう。
We will handle that.
男性スタッフはまだ何人か残ってますか？
How many male staff are still here?
山犬が1人。
One mountain
それ
dog,
に私たちを含めて3人です。
including us, 3. What was all this? I think I was already agitated despite what Coach said. Was that it? Was it all just a casual conversation and it was only sounding unbelievable to me? Coach said he would bring some black tea and left the room. And then, in the shadows, he was telling his subordinates to put some kind of sleeping powder in the tea? Plus, they were getting extra help in case I thought the sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. What is happening? Hey, wait, Keiichi Maebara. Calm down, calm down. There's no way something this stupid could be happening. I mean, he was genuinely listening to my story and he even cried with me. I thought he was the one person in Hinamizawa who would understand. This was...
作り話か虚言の兆候があり、特に昨日の記憶が完全に混乱。
There are signs of fabrications or falsehoods, and his memory of yesterday in particular are completely confused. So that's why he's... gonna drug me? Excuse me? That's not how it works. You can't just drug someone who appears to be confused. He needs to get out of there ASAP. Yeah, he needs to bolt.
虚実の区別の喪失。
Can no longer tell truth from falsehood.
多重人格等の精神障害に酷似しています。
It's quite similar to multiple personality disorder.
こんな急激な精神障害の発症は普通では考えられません。
But as for how quickly his mental disorder emerged, it's just not normal.
あるいは先天的、もしくは引っ越し前からそういう兆候があったのか。
Maybe it's inborn, or perhaps there were signs of it before he moved here. Excuse me? In Hinamizawa, I get it. I mean, I guess, but
引っ
jeez.
越し前に精神科に通院例がないか調べたいところです。
Maybe he's doing this to save Keiichi in his way. Space, I feel like... You're giving Buddy over here way too much credit. I don't think he has our best interests in mind. I'd like to take a look at any records of him staying at a mental hospital before he moved
とに
here.
かく前原さんには穏便にお休みいただきます。
In any case, I want him to take a quiet nap. The true doctor is nodded deeply.
前原さんのご両親にも連絡しておいた方が良いですね。
I should probably contact Maebara-kun's parents
な
too,
んと言えばいいか言葉が思いつきませんが、
though I can't think of what to tell them.
彼の自宅の電話番号を調べてください。
Please find his phone number for me. No! Do not call my parents! My eyes, still moist, began to shed tears once more. This was too cruel. I really thought that he actually understood and had believed what I told him. But now, from the other side of that wall, he was bluntly treating me like a crazy person. I believed you. I believed you. I had let down my guard because I thought you were the only ally I had left after that insane night. Was that a lie? All that about thanking me on Satoko's behalf? Were you just pretending in order to keep me placated? maybe he's also in on all of this stuff. And he is trying to sedate me in order to help out Hinamizawa as a whole, or, you know, Rena and Mion. It is a snitch. How dare he? How dare this creepy, weird guy be also a snitch? Ugh. My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot. I was an idiot. I was such an idiot for believing that bastard. I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up.
入江先生、大変です。
Dr. Idia, it's
高野さん
terrible.
が見つかりました。
Oh, it is her! They found Takano-san.
高野さんが一体どこに？
Wait, where?
それが
What? Well,
山中で焼死体で発
it
見され
was
たらし
her! Apparently, they discovered her burnt corpse in the mountains in Gifu. Yeah. I mean, it was the most obvious pick, but still. Maybe thought if Keiichi sedated, that Keiichi would wake up getting tortured by Mion and or Rena. Would they torture him though? I feel like... I don't know. I don't know. I feel like maybe they would just kill him normally. Like, they didn't torture him in the first chapter either, or didn't try to anyway. Unless you consider clawing out your own throat torture.
死んだ？
Right, Takano. Tako! She's dead?
高野さんが
Takano-san? The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead? Takano-san? Hey, wait, so then, does that mean when I cursed her, wishing for her death, that wish was granted?
焼死とは一体どういうことですか？
What do you mean, burnt corpse?
それは事故ですか？
Was it an accident?
県警の発表では他殺の可能性が極めて高いと。
According to the statement from the prefectural police department, the possibility is extremely high that she was murdered. And we also met her that night. This is probably gonna come up, the whole, we didn't meet this particular night. This is gonna come back up. Oh, ha ha ha. Oh, he's, okay. Oh, he's cry laughing. As I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right, serves you right. If I hadn't run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. But you just had to come driving up to me and try to coerce me like that. I regretted not having killed her on the spot, but now she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right. Serves you right.
リサさんが死に、高野さんが死に、
Lisa-san? Who's that? Lisa-san died and Takano-san
一体
died.
ひなみ沢には何が起こっているというんですか？
What on earth could be happening in Hinamizawa?
まさかこれが今年のお社様のたたりだなんて言うんじゃないでしょうね。
Don't tell me this was all Oyashiro-sama's curse for this year? This is the first time I've heard that name. I don't know who that is. He didn't mention to Irie that he met her. Yeah, but I feel like it might come up. Also, hello, Aki! Welcome! Meow, 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 meow. Like hell, I'll let the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just nodded as Coach cursed at no one in particular. Yes, maybe it wasn't Oyashiro-sama, but this was definitely a spell, curse. I wished for her to die, so she did. If this wasn't a coincidence and she died because I wished for it, then you'll die next, Coach. Okay, now we're going a little crazy. Doing good, Aki. I hope you're also doing good. It is Friday, so I'm always doing good. You betrayed me. You pretended to believe me, but deep down you thought I was a madman. You looked down on me with all that pity in your eyes.
ではとりあえず紅茶の準備を。
For now, get the black tea ready.
紅茶は私が持って入ります。私以外には 彼は心を許さないようですからね。
Can't believe he's doing this. I mean, I can. But also I can't. He's not a saint. Yeah, of course not, but like, please. For now, I'll get the black tea ready. I'll bring it inside. I don't think he'd let anyone besides me be alone with him. Shit. What do I do? What do I do, Keiichi Maibara? This time, I heard the voice of a nurse.
入江先生。あ、いらっしゃいましたか。
Dr. Irie? Oh, there you are.
お電話です。
You have a phone call.
今ちょっと忙しいので後でかけ直すと伝えてください。
I'm a little busy at the moment, so please tell them I'll call back.
誰からです？
Who is it from?
沖宮警察の大石様ですけど。
No, he's also getting involved in this. I mean, Takano was an employee here, so I guess it makes sense for Oishi to call here. And Mr. Oishi from the Okinomiya Police Department.
ちゃー、悪いタイミングですね。
Well, that's not gonna end well for us. Ah, sheesh, what bad
出
timing.
ます出ます。
Alright, I'll answer it. Maybe Rena and Mion actually wanted you to help me out so I don't say stupid shit like that to people. Maybe they didn't want to kill me. Maybe they just wanted to keep me from talking about murdering Satoko's uncle. Coach left to go answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with a teapot to make the black tea, like Coach had ordered them to. Fortunately, Coach having to take that phone call meant there would be extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me drink the said sedative-infused tea, or be held down and thrown into a mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting a brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all bigger than me. If it came to a fight, I didn't stand a chance in hell. If I couldn't win against them, then there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline suddenly rushed into my brain and my body started to move with keen instinct like it had on that night. Pulled out eyes, and Rena was almost gleeful, insisting Keiichi to go to the hospital. But if they wanted to kill me, they could have done so somewhere else. They have their ways. They could have done so at a different place. They didn't have to bring me home and then pick me up, you know what I mean? But maybe they were really planning to do that. We'll never know. My surface temperature quickly cooled and the transmission routes between my cells enlarged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape route. I would open the window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond there was the bicycle I had taken to get here. I determined that this would be the quickest method of escape. I approached the window swiftly, but with little sound as to raise as little suspicion as I could. With the speed and silence of a shadow like I'd had on that night, I chased her uncle. I unlocked the window and opened it up. Cool evening breeze wafted in. I can't believe we're actually having to escape from here. And now we have confessed to murder. And the doctor who wants to sedate us is talking to the police, probably because of something entirely different, but still, he might ask questions, and seeing how Irie is clearly not on our side, I wouldn't be surprised if he would just spurt out that we may have killed someone. I stuck my head out and looked over the parking lot again. Nobody in sight. No need to hesitate. I quietly crawled outside and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. Nobody seemed to have realized I'd run. I looked around. Then I jumped onto my bicycle and zoomed away. The pedals clattered under the force. Had my bike always creaked like this? Did the pedals always whine every time I pushed down on them? My bike wasn't the only one crying though. The Higurashi are also crying! And he as well. My tears fell as the wind cut through them. They rode the breeze and scattered behind me. Ugh, I hate this, I hate this. I'm not the crazy one. Hinamizawa is. How dare you treat me like a madman? Die! Die! Just fucking die already! I believed you! I believed you! Ah! I cannot do the Keiichi signature cry, I'm sorry, you would die from cringe. I'd gone to the hospital in order to escape Rena and Mion's invitation, but the reality that was waiting for me had been too cruel. They will get on his ass after this. I think they're already on their way, man. Who was insane, me or Hinamizawa? Or was the answer something else? I started having trouble breathing. I didn't have any clue what was happening anymore. The loud chirps of the Higurashi were irritating me. Were even the Hinamizawa Higurashi I knew so well calling into the wind. No, that wasn't quite it. They weren't calling. They were crying. The pained wailing of those lost in some kind of rhythm, in another world, no longer able to return to their own sunlight. I didn't do all that to end up in a world like that. And actually, at about this time, I might have been having fun with everyone else. Totoko would have gotten her smile back after realizing her uncle wouldn't ever come back, and she might have shown it to us at our first club meeting in a while. That was the kind of world I wished for. We ruined everything. We didn't want the body to be found in the first place. And now we told someone about the whole crime. We confessed to someone who's clearly not on our side. Either way this goes, it's not gonna end well. Where's Keiichi gonna go now? I feel like he might go either to Satoko's house or to the forest. I have no idea. Or home. So, what was this? Why did I end up in such a strange, ghastly world? Someone I'd killed was living like normal, and I had enjoyed myself at the festival despite not being there. I don't want it. I don't want this strange world. Where did it start to go wrong? When? When? No matter how much I thought about it, I never understood. I rode swiftly and returned to my home. It had begun to rain during my journey back, and just like yesterday, I was now soaked. But I didn't care about something so trivial right now. The pain I felt in my heart that Coach, the one person I trusted, was acting so cruelly, was far worse. I guess we're going home. Did I have no allies in Hinamizawa anymore? With a naive thought that I at least wanted my parents to side with me, I stepped up to the front door. You're not gonna confess to your parents! Wait, Keiichi. It'll be dark soon. There's something you want to check, right? Ooh. Are we gonna go to the forest? Yes. I wanted to dig up the man's corpse and get a look at his back. If there was a tiger tattoo there, I would know beyond a doubt he was Satoko's uncle. That long night wouldn't end until I was certain. If this insane world was all reparation, all a divine punishment, then I needed to make certain whether I had been successful enough to even deserve to pay that price. Why do I feel like when we are gonna dig up the body, the police is gonna show up? I don't think that's gonna end well as going back to the scene of crime. I went to the storage room again and got the shovel. It had been washed in the rain, but the paint was peeling, making it look unsightly. I never, ever wanted to touch this thing again. The sensation of it in my hands was totally different from the night before. There was a ruthless coldness about it. Yeah. It would be dark soon, so I'd need the lantern too. There would be a little bit of light from the streetlights, but it would get extremely dark. Oh no. No! You lost? The lantern. You're kidding. Never mind. Him confessing to the crime is not going to be as bad as them finding a shovel, a lantern, and a human-sized hole in the forest. I thought I'd put the lantern here, but I suddenly noticed it wasn't anywhere to be found. And it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Of course, on that night, I hadn't brought the lantern back with me. I left it at the place I buried the body. If I didn't go get it soon, it would get very dark. And then not only would I be unable to find the spot I'd buried the corpse, but I wouldn't even be able to find the lantern itself. Why did he leave it there? If that happened, it was all over.
急ごう。
I need to hurry. In order to fit the shovel in the basket on the front of my bike, I need to twist it and disassemble it. Disassemble it. But it looked like there was dirt in the joints, and no matter how hard I pushed it, it didn't want to come apart. After strenuous effort, I realized I couldn't get it apart, so I decided to hold it in one hand and ride my bike with the other. I mean, depending on how big it is, you could just hold it on top of the handle of the bike. With the downpour soaking me through and a shovel in one hand, and riding one-handed, it was as if I'd returned to that night. Please don't get into an accident again. No, return was the wrong word. It was more like that night had never ended. The pain of the raindrops striking me were no different from then. The thing that was different was Hinamizawa. The world and nothing else. The rain clouds were already making it dark, and now was about time for the sun to set. I could tell it would only get rapidly darker. Oh my god. We're really going back. The straight road leading to town. In the middle of it. That should be where I buried it. Yes, it was near that streetlight. On that night too, the water from the downpour was splashing down from the streetlight's overhang like a waterfall. The pouring rain was exactly the same as it had been that night, and thus it brought my memories into focus. I left my bike in the brush and stepped into the forest, the ground already soaked with mud. We're gonna do this in broad daylight. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Where had I buried him? Think. The darkness, the shadows, the water. Ah! The mud! Everything was the same. Think. And then I spotted the lantern by a fallen moss-covered tree. That's right, I left it there. If I left the lantern here then, I would have buried him over here. It's really dark already. Hello Suzu, welcome! With the sensation of standing in the sludge, my feet remembered the spot better than my eyes did. I plunged my shovel into the ground. It's hard. It wasn't here. I just dug it up, so it should have been softer. I stick my shovel down in a few spots to test what they feel like. One of them clearly felt deeper. Alright, you, I'm a little tired, but I'm good. I hope you're also doing good. I recalled where the lantern was, where the trees and things were in relation to each other, and knew that it had to be here. Under here slept that man's corpse. There would definitely be the tattoo of a tiger on his back. But if it wasn't there, then I had made a horrible mistake and killed someone completely unrelated instead. I didn't even think that killing someone that you thought was a horrible person could be worse. But yeah, this would make it worse if you had killed someone entirely innocent. Mustering all of that courage to kill someone for a friend only for that to turn out to be the wrong fucking person. I would be more dazed at the fact that Satoko's uncle wasn't dead than I would regret having gotten someone else mixed up in this. If this insane world was punishment for the sin of committing murder, I wouldn't be able to accept it until I'd killed Satoko's uncle for good. And then, without any fear, I'd attack him again. And that time, I would kill him for sure. But what if the tattoo was there? That would mean I'd killed Satoko's uncle. But that would be terribly strange. Also, if it's like still covered up, then unless the body somehow got out and somehow they closed up the hole again, it doesn't make sense. It would be obvious that I don't know. This is very strange. I'd do it again. I have no regrets. If I'd killed him for sure, then who was the uncle at Satoko's house this very moment? Maybe we should confirm there's actually an uncle there right now. Maybe she's just so traumatized that she thinks he's still there. Although she did explain in detail how she was treated the night before, so I guess not. You should have done that first, honestly. Yeah, just make sure he's actually there and Girlie's not just traumatized to hell and back. Impossible. I didn't even know anymore what I was using the word impossible to refer to. I've used the word quite a few times today. If I had to make the words impossible fit just one thing, what would it be? That much was obvious to me.
こんなおかしな世界がありえてたまるかよ。
It would be impossible for this crazy world to be real. I shouted, then turning behind me. There was nobody there, of course. Why did you turn around? Oh my god, the footsteps. Every time he mentions them, I get this... it is so unsettling. It hadn't been bothering me for a while, but those footsteps had followed me this entire day. Even just now. Oh... An extra set of footsteps had splashed behind me. I do not like. No one was actually there. No indications of anyone even. But they were there.
あんたは誰だ?
Who are you?
俺がこっちの世界に来てからずっとついてくるな。
You've been following me ever since I came to this world. That's right. Thinking back, the first time I heard those footsteps was after Takano-san and I had parted. Those footsteps were my welcome into the strange inside-out world. I'm glad they didn't include a sound effect for the footsteps. I would be freaking out. No one could be there. I get no response. Whoever it was, they just kept staring at me. It wasn't ominous, just unpleasant. After staring into empty space for a bit, as I bathed in the rain, my illogical anger slipped away. My tension loosened, and a tired feeling reared its head. I tasted this feeling that night, too. The sudden exhaustion I felt as the tension in my brain loosened. My vision quickly narrowed, and I felt like everything around me had suddenly gotten darker. I couldn't give in to this sensation. I would light what little explosives were left in my brain and force myself to keep going. I needed to dig that man up before my stamina ran out. I needed to see the tattoo on his back. I caught my suddenly ragged breath and calmed down. Then I stuck the shovel into the soft, muddy ground again. It would be kind of messed up if there was no one actually in the hole anymore. I wouldn't even know how to react to that. It felt exactly the same as that night. The sense of digging a hole in the beach with water coming into it with every wave. What day was today? Had I gone back to the night of Watanagashi? Every strange thought that came to mind tormented me. What if it was all just a dream? But what about the cuts and bruises on my body? That doesn't make sense. That'd be a dream, I think. Maybe? Given my exhaustion, I didn't think I could manage to hold those thoughts back. Once the hole was deep, an illumination finally faded, blanketing my vision in jet black. It was probably the moment the sun had fully set too. That night, I had feared the worst and gone without using much light. Fell out of bed? Dude, he must have fallen out of bed and rolled down the stairs. My senses were so strained that I could see even in that darkness. But now I didn't have that kind of strength left. I drained everything I had last night, and now the darkness would be lethal. I decided to turn on the lantern. Putting in on the first setting would make it give off a faint light. Even with how little there was, it was enough, and people wouldn't be able to see it from far away in this rain. I grabbed the chilled lantern, turned the dial with a click, set it to the weakest light setting, and turned it on. Ugh, the flashbang! You have to hit it at me as well. An uncanny world of silhouettes appeared before me. A complex and strange shadowy world created by the intricate entanglement of trees and branches. I'd only turned on a light, and it was like that was all it took to make the world into something else. I let out a quick, tired breath and wiped the liquid, neither rain nor sweat, from my brow. Then I raised the shovel into the air and slammed it into the mud. That moment, the silhouettes surrounding me ominously all moved at once. Inside my head, something packed in there, something coarse but not hot or cold, was loudly rushing about. The silhouettes were all around me, looking down at me. And one of them, a silhouette bigger than the others, stepped forward. What's going on? No way! No way! I thought he was imagining things! This is not what I expected! I thought he was imagining shadowy figures! He's surrounded by the police! No, I can't believe this. No way. He's in here. It's that guy I thought was cool. It's the guy. It's the air conditioning guy. Oh, okay. Give me like a second. I need to take a breather. This is not what I expected. Well, I was so convinced that he was going crazy. And he was seeing silhouettes and that this was going to turn into some demon kind of thing. This was the last person I expected here. Good evening. Oh, please let there be nobody. Please let there be nobody in the hole, please. At this point, Keiichi's gonna dig up a corpse, and I hope for him he gets jail time, at least better than dying, I suppose. What if there's no corpse? What do we do? How do we explain our lunatic behavior? Oh, the stream was already done, but I'm happy to hop back into it. I did think, oh my god, it's been 5 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit longer, but not too crazy long anymore. But yeah, welcome back. You just came right on time with Oishi's arrival. The moon sure is beautiful tonight. The coarseness in my brain shot through my whole spine and left me at my waist. The strength in my body all left me through my hips, and I crouched down with a splash into the sea of mud I dug for myself.
Oishi.
Was into a mental ward due to his confession. Imagine that's how this chapter ends. Keiichi just gets sent to jail.
目上の人にはその後に3もつけるとなおよろしいかと思い
He
ます。
seems so different this chapter. He doesn't seem like himself. He attacks Oishi. I think there's a lot of police officers around us right now. Is that really how you address your elders?
そうでないと大人になってからいろいろと苦労します。
You'll have a rough time of it once you become an adult. There wasn't only Oishi, but 5 or 6 of them in a row, men wearing raincoats. I had no inkling that this many people had gotten so close. Oh my god. Pop off! It was like once I turned on the lantern, they just appeared there, sliding out of the shadows.
どうぞ私たちのことは気にしないでください。
This guy! What a great character. Please don't mind
前の
us.
子たちだとでも思って。
Just think of us as trees in the forest, perhaps. Don't mind them.
そうです。
Yes.
私たちのことは気にされず、どうぞ穴掘りをお続けになってください。
Pay no attention to us. Please continue digging your hole. Quite literally digging our own hole. Our own grave. They found all the evidence and hid in the forest. Yeah, they were like, alright, oh yeah, mm-hmm. He's one with the trees. Do you not see his tree color scheme? My god.
こんな時間にこんな土砂降りの中で
It's very late and raining very hard.
そんなにも真剣にやっているんですからね。
And you're working pretty fervently.
邪魔なんかしませんよ。
We won't get in your way.
心ゆくまで掘っちゃってください。
Please dig to your heart's content. Irie also probably told him about Keiichi. Oh yeah, for sure. Once he saw that he was no longer there, he was like, yo, you gotta catch this lunatic. He told me about committing a murder. What happened with Sadoko? Well, not much, really. She said that she was still abused by her uncle, unfortunately, that same night and that morning when she went to school. And then, well, Keiichi had an unpleasant encounter with Rena and Mion because he couldn't keep his mouth shut, telling them about the murder that he committed, or almost telling them, basically. Went to Iria to the clinic because he told Rena that he would go. Where he told Iria about the murder that he had committed. Iria wanting to drug him, to sedate him, to calm him down. And seems that he snitched us out. He snitched! I don't think the body will be there. I feel like it would be weird if they found the body there right now. I don't think that is what is going to happen, but I could be very wrong. Why did he snitch on himself to a doctor? Don't question it. I don't know. This guy, I don't know. I don't know. I can't fathom why you would do this. To kill a random person and only Keiichi is in massive trouble. Oh my god, yeah, it could be someone entirely different too. Either there's no body, or there is someone else in there, which, I mean, one of them would be pretty bad. The other one, just strange. No thank you, I said. When I tried to get up and turn around, 2 men blocked that route. They stood on either side of me and lifted me up with amazing strength and then threw me into the sea of mud. They throw me into the hole? As I soaked in the mud bath I dug for myself, I looked up at the silhouettes looking down at me. Oishi squatted, picked up my shovel, and threw it at my feet for me. It bounced loudly off the mud and hit me in the face. Wow, they're so rude this time around.
ほら
Come,
続きをどうぞ
please continue.
続きを
Continue. I couldn't bear the oppressiveness of the silhouettes surrounding me, and slowly I stuck the shovel into the mud again. I felt like I was digging my own grave. You are. If I kept digging, it wouldn't matter whether there was a tattoo or not, because that man's corpse would appear eventually. It doesn't matter who it is. We're gonna get it to jail anyway. 3 options, all not good, honestly. All are horrible. You hit him with the shovel. You're like his biggest fanboy. Go, Oishi, go! He's repeating himself like Ranamion? What do you mean? It was all over. Surrounded on all sides and nowhere to go. But I just couldn't figure it out, no matter how much I thought about it. Why were they here? Why? Why? Maybe because you told? Little doctor? Was it Takano-san? Bro. There was only one person who could have made the connection between me and this place. Is he going insane? Shit, I knew it. She deserved to die.
手が休んでますよ
Stopping so soon. Are they beating him up? Oh, she kicked me in the back, which took me by surprise, sending me flying into the mud. What is happening? Why is he so brutal? Having too much fun imagining Keiichi in jail, kind of. I would love to... I would love to see him in jail, actually. Ending his sentence twice. Oh, that's what you meant. Oishi has seemed like a consistently good guy whenever I pop into the Higurashi streams, except when he uses police brutality. What do you mean? He's abusing us.
ちゃっちゃと掘っちゃってくださいよ
Hurry up and dig, please.
雨の中で待たされる方の身にもなってほしいもんです
You really should consider the fact that some of us are standing out here in the rain.
くそ
Fuck you.
そんなに雨が嫌なら帰ればいいだろう
If you don't like the rain, then just go home. She kicks some mud into my face. Oh no, I feel so bad for him, but at the same time, this is horribly funny. I don't know what it is. This is so comedic. He just caught a murderer and then killed a person on the night of Tatarigoroshi. Sure, yes, he did kill a guy, presumably. But he has been aggressive from the very beginning where we did not yet kill someone. So I would say he has a little bit of a bias. He doesn't like us. Yeah, also, murder does not justify police brutality. 100% agree. Doesn't matter what you did. You deserve to be treated with respect still. Until there's actually proven to be a body to be found here. They don't even know. You could just be crazy. I didn't see that pic, which means it's not real. Okay.
口
Sure.
より先に手を動かしてください
Use your hands, please, not your mouth.
口と手を一緒に動かすのは落語家だけ
Only stage actors do both at once.
ね
Isn't that right, boys? The men around him didn't react, not knowing quite whether they should laugh, but when Oishi glared at them, they started mumbling out pained chuckles. They're like, okay, better laugh, or else he's gonna beat our asses. Keiichi couldn't pull off the perfect crime. Kawaiso, kawaiso. Let's all give Keiichi a collective head pat. They could and should have checked beforehand. 100%. Just who was this guy? I knew the world had changed after that night. But if I went further back, didn't it start when this guy showed up? That was when our peaceful days had been taken from us. Ever since he showed up in Hinamizawa, things have been odd. True, true. And they did call him Oyashiro-sama's servant. So I'll give Gage here. Nippa! Everyone stopped smiling and the world went crazy. The ground under my feet gradually got harder and heavier. At this point, even I started to think something was odd. I hadn't buried him this deep on that night, had I? Oh, there's no body! My exhaustion peaked and I sat down on the spot.
いつまで掘ればいいんだよ。
How long do you want me to dig?
最近の若い人は体力がありませんね。
Kids these days have no stamina.
おい、
Hey, you. He's just gonna tell someone else to... What? At Oishi's gesture, the men all pulled out their own sinister-looking shovels? How do shovels look sinister? Do they have like a skull painted on them? As I watched the days, one of them grabbed my collar. Evil shovels! Oh, man. Oh, this situation is just so surreal. I can't believe this still. I mean, I can, obviously. Of course he would snitch on us, but still. Only good guys would possess the evil shovels, of course. They collect them from the bad guys. As I watched the days, one of them grabbed my collar, dragged me out of the hole, and threw me to the ground. The rest of the men stepped into the hole I dug and started shoveling themselves. As I stared at them, dumbfounded, Oishi sauntered over and squatted down to look at me directly.
前原圭一さん。あなたの趣味は雨の夜の穴掘りですかな。
Is this a hobby of yours? Digging holes on rainy nights? Sure. When I didn't respond, Oishi took one of the tin buckets they were using to bail out the muddy water, scooped up some of it, and splashed the whole thing in my face! No! That is actually horrible. Why is he doing this?
今日は大雨ですから。
What an ass, man. He wasn't this bad in other chapters. He's actually a horrible person right now. You want to tone it down? It's not looking good for him being an actual murderer. Yeah! Well, he doesn't deserve this. Maybe. Not with this evidence, at least. Mud boating. Wasn't there... I don't know how to do the quote thing. Well... That's not the quote I wanted. That's not the quote I wanted. Wait. Quote 1? I'm... Never mind. Confessions you get from torture not valid, by the way. At least that's how it is in America. It shouldn't be, because this is illegal. This isn't my Oishi. This isn't my Oishi. This isn't my streamer. I don't think he really cares if there's a body or not, but this is, like, highly illegal. Everyone looking at this should be keeping their eyes wide open around this dude. They should be reporting him. Sorry, those were the wrong quotes. I've said some stranger stuff that I thought... Okay, that quote number 1 was from Silent Hill, okay? It was heavily hinted that the tape that we would be watching would not be a murder tape. Is all I'll say. I should be playing mahjong. He should stream mahjong on Twitch. He should be at the club. Oh, I love this. I love this. Oh, this is the funniest Higurashi stream I've had. The rain's heavy today
これ
too.
以上いくら濡れても全然わかりませんね。
No matter how wet I get, I still don't understand the appeal. Oishi smiled to himself and scooped up another bucket full of muddy water.
もう
No!
一回聞きますよ。
I'll ask you again.
あなたの趣味は雨の夜の穴掘りですかな？
Is digging holes on rainy nights your hobby?
そんな趣味のやついるもんか。
Who the hell would have a hobby like that? Splash. Oishi hit me with another bucket full of muddy water. The pebbles in it stung. This is actually horrible. I don't find this to be amusing.
あの穴を掘ると何が出てくるんですかな？
Will there be something in that hole?
私、花坂じいさんのここ掘れワンワンってのが
One.
昔から憧れでしてね。
I've always liked that story, you know? About the old man who could make plants bloom and the puppy digging in his yard for gold. As he spoke, he ran the bucket through the muddy water again. To splash it in my face again.
あそこにどんな宝物が埋まってるんですかね？
What kind of treasure is buried down there, hmm?
私にちょっとだけでも教えてくれませんか？
Can't you at least give me a hint? I don't know what to say to this. I actually really liked his character in the first and second arc. He was not a good character by any means, but like, he wasn't this bad. Wonder how much more Keiichi's gonna resent Oishi in his next life. I mean, we only have one more question arc to go, so I guess we'll see soon. This is really bad for your PR, man. You're gonna get cancelled. Keiichi's a minor. Could he go to jail for murder? Oh, it's actually an interesting question. I don't know what the laws would be like in Japan. Oh, do I look this up now? Let me see. I'll look it up during the ad break because there's gonna be one in 2 minutes. I'm gonna look that up. I don't know if he would. I don't think he would, but yeah. Just torturing the kid for the love of it, yeah, it is actually insane. Geraldo Oishi becomes Hinamizawa's James Dokes. He is James Dokes, quite literally. He also used, immoral tactics. The law isn't really being abided by in the first place. I mean, I guess. You're right, yeah. I guess. Okay, that might have been the creepiest laugh this guy's ever let out of his mouth. If you want to know, then dig on your own time, you fucking pig. I wasn't saying that out loud, but Oishi mercilessly drenched me in muddy water again anyway. You should have said it out loud! Shit! If only you hadn't shown up, the world wouldn't have gone wrong. Ever since you showed up, things have been strange. Sadako got abused by her uncle, and I ended up killing him, and the world went crazy. He was how it all began, because of this culprit. He splashed another bucket of mud in my face. My insides were seething with anger. Die. You die too. If I have some strange power to kill someone by cursing them, like with Takano-san, then you're dead. And it won't be Oyashiro-sama's curse, it'll be mine. I'll curse you and kill you.
反抗的な目つきですね。
This is the first person I agree that deserves death. This guy sucks. He sucks! Not so sure about the Oishi fan thing anymore. He has lost a fan. Minus 20 fans. What a rebellious look you're
こ
wearing.
れを機に少しそのあたりをお勉強してしまいましょうか。
Why don't we use this opportunity to teach you a thing or two in that regard?
今は平和な時代ですがね。
We really do live in peace these days. We also live in the days of capitalism where I have to run ad breaks, so we'll be right back in 3 minutes. Feel free to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. And I will, I guess, also take a break. And we'll be right back to hopefully finish and not get mud waterboarded again. Okay, okay, okay. I'm here. I'm here. Okay, okay. Give me a sec. Okay, okay. どうもどうも Okay.
私があなたくらいだった頃は、 何でも鉄拳制裁が普通でして。
We really do live in peace these days. When I was about your age, corporal punishment was the norm for everything. Great. So we never want to change that. We want to have people suffer through the same thing that you had to suffer through. Oh, how I love people like this.
おいさ、
One of the men, one of the digging men in raincoats wiped some sweat off and called Oishi over. Oishi tossed the bucket away, then turned around with an evil grin on his face.
はいはい、何でしょうか。
Yes, what is it?
これを見てください。
Please look at this. Acceptance, or maybe resignation. I wanted to say to them, so you blockheads finally found it. Yeah, that's right, I'm the one who killed him. But you're the police, so it's your own job to figure out who he is, right? Come on, prove to me that he's really Satoko's uncle.
何ですかこりゃ。
What on earth?
多分古い排水管ではないかと。
We think it's an old drain pipe.
あそこの用水路につながっているようです。
Huh. Seems to be connected. Wait. Drain pipe? Okay. I know she's... Oh, I know she's came? He probably is a boomer? Oh, in his case, oh, don't worry. I'm too tired to correct that in my head. All good. Yeah, his age, yeah. He is, well, actually, he would be older than a boomer. Like in the literal sense of baby boomer. Yep, there's no body. But the old drain pipe made me a little confused because the arc started with them finding a body, and also what wasn't it some kind of drainage? He's probably part of the post-war generation. Oh yeah, for sure, that for sure. So it doesn't, yeah, it makes sense what he says. Well, not that it's justified, but it makes sense that he would say it, although it's fucked up. Do you mean the first hole that he dug? I think that was very far away from here, actually. This is where he chased the uncle through the whole forest. This is near the street lanterns. He dug the first hole in the beginning of the forest where Satoko's uncle lives, so should be further away. 1923, huh? The more you know. How old does that make him? That would make him, like, what? Yeah, like 60 something. Which makes sense. He is almost in retirement age. This is like his last year before he retires? Yeah. So it would make sense for him to be 60 something.
ぶっ壊しちゃいましょうか。
Let's smash the
ど
thing.
うせ使ってない缶でしょ。
Not being used, is it? Okay, so now he's also gonna damage property. The men all exchanged glances and hesitantly broached another topic.
おいさ、もうかなり手応えが硬いです。
The ground down here is pretty hard.
これより深くってことはありえないと思います。
I don't think anything could be deeper than this.
掘る場所を間違えました。
Did we get the location wrong?
いえ、初めのうちは明らかに掘り返す感触でした。
No, at first it definitely felt like the place had been dug up before.
ですが、このくらいを掘った頃から急に硬くなりまして。
But after digging so far, the ground suddenly hardened. I like that the people around here also are like a little afraid of him. They're like, okay, this guy is kind of crazy. I can't wait for him to retire. Property damage is totally in right now. He's totally hip, guys. He's, you know, doing the things the kids do. The 40s were not okay. Yep. That's for sure.
多分もともと掘った穴よりも深く掘り進んだのだと思います。
I think we've gone further than the hole was originally dug.
じゃあつまり何ですか？
So, what does that mean?
ここには穴があって何もなくただそのまま埋め直されたと。
There was a hole here and someone filled it back up?
皆さんそうおっしゃるわけで？
Is that what you're trying to tell me? What? What were they talking about? Oh my god.
こりゃ参ったな。
Well, well, I'm at a loss.
ね
Aren't you,
え前原さん。
Maebara-san? Well, don't look at me. I don't know what's going on here. Oishi grabbed my collar and dragged me to the huge hole they dug. The mud inside was like an ocean, and I couldn't see any drain pipe down there. One of the men stirred it with a shovel, letting me hear it clang against something hard. There was no doubt I'd buried him right here. But I hadn't buried him this deep. I didn't dig deep enough to unearth an entire drain pipe. Yeah, he only dug like knee deep. So... then, this man, his corpse... where was it? Proof that I'd been successful on that night was gone. Gone. Then what on earth was I... was I actually crazy after all and just possessed by the delusion that I'd killed someone? I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. Is he gonna kill Keiichi? I don't think so. Not with all of these people around. That would be genuinely crazy. Which you should dig deeper if you're gonna hide a body, by the way. Oh yeah, for sure. But he was tired as hell, so yeah, he made do with what he had. That couldn't be. It was the unmistakable truth. It couldn't have been a hallucination. But now, the most important evidence that it hadn't been an illusion was gone. I killed him. I buried him. I had absolute, unwavering confidence in that fact. Then, did I fail to kill him? After I left here, had he started breathing again, crawled out, and gone back to Satoko's house? Was that it? I think this is something more supernatural. That'd be even worse for his PR, you think? You think he would still get his pension then? His lantern was still there? Yeah, everything was still here. I had come here to see whether he had a tattoo or not. And yet, the truth I unearthed was far more than that. Yesterday, what was I killed him. I buried him. There was no doubt. I mean, there was a hole dug here, so something happened here. But for some reason, he lived and crawled back out. And that was impossible too. Oh, I'm so tired of hearing the word impossible over and over. I get it. Dead people don't like to play by the rules here in Hinamizawa. That is actually on point. Then I'll kill you as many times as I need to. I'll keep killing you until you never show your face to Satoko again. Oishi and the others were muttering to each other. Eventually, their conversation ended and Oishi came towards me. What did he want to say? What did he want to do? I stiffened, tensing up, and then Oishi just ignored me like I wasn't even there and passed right by me. I mean, that's kind of childish in a way. You were just convinced that this guy had a body buried down here. You tortured him because of that. Basically waterboarded the guy, almost. And then you just walk away? Without a word? Excuse me? Yeah, he is horrible. The other men too, they ignored me and shuffled away. I can't believe this. Eventually, there was no longer a sign that anyone was around, and I returned to my quiet world of silhouettes. The only one left there was me. Only the sound of the pouring rain filled up the silence. Wow. What a chapter. Holy! What a chapter! Oh my goodness. Gone. Turned up nothing. I got an achievement with a shovel. I just said gone. Turned up nothing. They did not want to get into more trouble. Nope. They were like, let's skedaddle before we get into deep shit. It does not end here. No! It keeps going. So I guess we have at least one more chapter ahead of us. Yes, Boyo is still not dead. And it's only one day after the festival, too. My goodness, okay, well. Let's read the tips then. I was so sure that was gonna be the last chapter. They're gonna still pull another 180 on us. To be honest, there's so many things that are still too mysterious in this chapter, so it makes sense for it to still keep going. I feel like we know too little. There's always some mystery left to the chapters after we finish them, but this is like a lot still open, so it makes sense for it to keep going. Okinomiya Police Station Command Center transmission recording. June 20th, 8:08 p.m.
こちら沖宮 PS 感度良好です。
This is Okinomiya Police Station. We read you loud and clear. Anime skipped that scene with Oishi. They skipped a lot from this chapter. I don't remember a singular thing from this exact chapter. But especially that scene with Oishi. They did not? Wait, they had that? I don't remember that a single bit. Oh my god. I for sure thought they would take that out. Because that's like pretty graphic too. I don't remember it either. Well, I guess we're gonna see after we finish this. I'm definitely gonna rewatch it, so yeah. Yeah, it's been 10 years, so my memory could be very wrong.
車両ナンバー紹介をお願いします。獅子骨歯の4344。
I could do the voice changing thing now, but I'm not going to. I'm not gonna do this again. Hello, we'd like you to look up a license plate for us. Shishibone H4344.
副将獅子骨歯の4344。少々お時間もらえますがよろしいですか？
Shishibone H4344. All right. Please give us just a moment to look it up.
お願いします。
Thank you. Number match. Shishibone H. Okay. Owner something something. Address something something. Hinamizawa Village. Shishibone. Vehicle make and model. Theft reports none. Special mentions nothing of note.
沖宮 PS より大石社どうぞ。先ほどのナンバーが判明しました。
Okay. So we did get a lot of info, but maybe they're gonna say the owner at least. Probably someone relevant. Maybe looking for Takano's car? Wasn't as drawn out and they removed some of the violence, but it was still there. Oh my god, I watched it 5 times? I only did it once. That was enough to scar me. Okinomiya Security Police to Oishi. We found the license plate from earlier.
大石社どうぞ。
Oishi, do you read?
大石社応答願います。
Oishi, please respond.
あれ？電波悪いのかな？
Am I getting a bad signal?
大石社応答願。
Anyone in Oishi's car, please read.
出ませんね。
Nothing, eh?
大石さんが車両紹介？誰の車だよ。
Why she wanted a license plate check? Whose car was it?
村人の車ですね。至って平凡な。
Someone from the village, a completely average car.
何者だよ。
Who was it?
大石さんが聞いてくるからにはただものじゃないんだろ。
If Oishi-san was asking, then it can't be anyone good, right? Higurashi is my obsession. Fair.
突起事項欄は完全に空欄ですね。S 号指定もなし。
The special mentions column is completely blank. No indication it's related to the S group either. For those of you who don't know, S group is the Sonozaki family.
減点もなしだし。
And no demerits on it.
バッシングでもされて腹が立ったんじゃないの？あの人、根に持つとなかなか忘れないタイプなんだよ。
Maybe you passed him on the road and he got mad. That guy isn't the type to forget a grudge. I can see that. Signal got cut off. Supposedly he was pursuing someone in a car? It did get cut off? Didn't he say there was no one in the car? I guess... no, maybe not. Wait, they're not gonna tell us? Huh. Maybe, yeah, maybe the line was cut. He said it smelled. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled? He said I smelled because I don't take baths? He said to take a bath 3 times a day because I was a smelly person. He said I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. He must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing the man who died said. Wait, is this literally dead people coming back to life and having to shower because they start to deteriorate and smell bad? One cut off Oishi, then he chases them, makes them stop and introduces himself in that passive-aggressive way and starts to basically choke the life out of them. That sounds very much like him. Why does he know what that man said before? That much is obvious. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. Can't a sudden earthquake make a big hole in front of the house? If it did, he would definitely go and look into it. And then I just have to push him in. I won't give in until I get that chance. I won't give in, I won't cry. I won't give in, I won't cry. Someone is apologizing again. What was that? Now I'm incredibly curious as to what is going on. I am so confused. Your odor really does get out of control when you die. Can you believe it? Hold on, give me a second. I need to read this again. He said it smelled. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled. Smelled? What food? What food? And I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. He must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing the man who died said. What? Why does he know what that man said before? That much is... Okay. Why does he know what that man said before? Because the same thing is possessing the man who died before. But who is saying all of this? And why are we talking to a person who's possessed by something? Why is only one person dead here? If they're all dead, possessed. Does he know what that man said before? That much is obvious? Yeah, that much is obvious. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. A sudden earthquake make a big hole in front of the house. If it did, he would definitely go and look into it. I just have to push him in. I won't give in until I get that chance. I won't give in. I won't cry. Someone is apologizing again. Oh my god, this is this is frying my brain. I have suspicions, but like really bad ones, so I don't feel like saying them out loud. I have really horrible suspicions, but like really, really bad ones. I have the answer, but I want to see if you can figure it out. Question arc intensifies. Have fun with us not getting it correct. Exactly. You're just gonna shake your head and be like, ugh, what are they saying? The process, Higurashi, is really fun to see people getting into it. I'm glad you're enjoying it then. Katako's brother. Yeah, I was thinking maybe it is. Okay. What does he know what that man said before? Maybe men is referring to actually Satoshi. Maybe this isn't Keiichi saying all of this. Maybe the thing that is now possessing him being Keiichi, is being possessed by something that possessed that man, which doesn't make sense. Wouldn't they be referring to him as that boy if it was Satoshi? That was my thought, that Keiichi is being possessed by the same thing that Satoshi was possessed by. But that might be very wrong. And I don't know what is up with all of this, and who could be talking to who here. This is very difficult. I don't take baths. I have no idea. Honestly, this is really difficult to figure out. Okay, yeah, I don't have to read all of that. We just saw it on the log. Record of malice. Inquiry request. Very interesting. I have to think on this for the night, because I don't think my brain is making sense of this right now. This is by far the most confusing tip that we've gotten so far. Oh boy. Will I be able to sleep tonight, or will I think about Higurashi the entire night? We will find out. Reminds me of the market tip from Onikakushi. Oh, what was the market tip again? Can you remind me? But yeah, this is it for me tonight. I am so tired. A whole 8-hour workday and then 6 hours of stream right after. I am drained. I am so tired. So I definitely need a break to process everything. And understand what just happened in here. So let me just see who we can rate today. None of the usual people I would raid are alive. So I guess instead we will raid someone who I haven't raided before, but I do like their content. They're currently playing Evolution, the world of Sacred Device. So I don't know what that is, but it looks pretty cool. And I think they are pretty cool. And I think you would enjoy that game. Looks very fun. But yes, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had lots of fun. This is definitely cooking up some good lore. I'm beyond excited for tomorrow. I cannot wait to play this tomorrow because this is probably the best chapter so far. It is the most emotional one, but it's also really, really good. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good time. Let me just put in the raid messages if you want to use them. It's the one where Kichi goes to buy groceries and it ends with him yelling. Oh, do I remember that? I need to look it up. Is it the one with Rena stalking him? If it is, then I know which one it is. That one was also kind of crazy. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun. Hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day. And I'm very excited to keep going tomorrow. Same time as today, 5 p.m. CET. And I hope to see you guys there. Also, hello to Maki. And also goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Good night. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.